everyone. With great pleasure and pride, the Postgraduate and Research Department of English of St. Thomas College, Palai, Autonomous, warmly welcomes you to the inaugural ceremony of the two-day national seminar on the corporeal term, embodied paradigms of ability, disability, and visibility. This seminar is organized in association with the IQAC of the college and in collaboration with the DCDC of Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, and it brings together scholars, academicians, and students to engage with contemporary debates on disability studies, embodiment, visibility, and identity. We are truly honored by the presence of our dignitaries, resource persons, participants, faculty members, research scholars, and students. I invite Tessie Prince of First MA English and Tara Maria Abraham of First GC English for the prayer song.
हमको दीजिए हे प्रभु आनंद दाता ज्ञान हमको दीजिए शीघ्र सारे दुर्गुणों को दूर हमसे कीजिए हमको शरण में हम सदाचारी बने ब्रह्मचारी धर्म रक्षक वीर व्रतधारी बने हे प्रभु आनंद दाता हे प्रभु जग के पिता तुमसे हमारी प्रार्थना बालकों को बुद्धि ऐसे दो यही है याचना सर्वेश्वर सर्वज्ञ तुमको सर्वव्यापक जान ले माता पिता गुरु आदि की सेवा सदा वरदान ले हे प्रभु आनंद दाता ज्ञान हमको दीजिए हे प्रभु आनंद दाता
To formally commence today's program, may I invite Professor Dr. Subi James, Principal of St. Thomas College, Palai, Autonomous, to deliver the welcome address.
Esteemed manager of the college, Dr. Monsignor Dr. Joseph Tarati, our very respected Ms. Dia Bino Polikakanda is going to inaugurate this national seminar. My dear friend, Professor Dr. Someshwar Sati from Delhi University, who is the Chief Resource Person and keynote speaker of this national seminar. Respected Vice Principal Dr. St.Thomas College, respected HOD Dr. Joby Matthew, teachers, researchers, delegates, participants, my dear students. I'm extremely happy, primarily because this seminar is the product of friendship, camaraderie, and love. 35 years back, Someshwar Sati, whom we call Somesh, and I were classmates at Jawaharlal University, New Delhi. And for 35 years, we were waiting for a moment for him to come to our college and speak to the august audience comprising students, teachers, and researchers of our great institution. Today it is materializing, and as I said, friendship fructifies in an academic manner here. Definitely the seminar is extremely important because, the concept of ability or visibility, that is a very, very important concept. Who becomes visible in the society or who is denied visibility in the society. Why are some people considered able-bodied and some people as not? Now these questions were non-existent when I was a PG student, because those were days when people had other academic concerns. But slowly, I think humanity developed in the right direction and people started seeing the other as somebody who deserves attention. You are not the only person who deserves existence. There are so many others who are to be respected, who are to be included. The concepts of inclusivity, sensitivity, these became extremely relevant in our society. And people started concentrating more and more on studies relating to these kinds of concepts. The title that we have given for the seminar is The Corporeal Journey. People started talking about corporeality, ontological, physical existence. Earlier we were talking about abstract things. Now we start thinking about more concrete aspects of social life. And the seminar is a product of that. So many things will be discussed in the seminar. Definitely students will find these things as eye-openers to lead better lives. We are talking about so many things, how to become a kind of society which accepts everyone, a society which can be carriers of equity and equality. That society is the just and fair society. So we'll definitely go into it, but I have to straight away go forward with my duty because our beloved municipal chairperson has to leave us because she has a meeting after 10 o'clock. So she doesn't have much time. So we straight away move into the proceedings of this seminar. I will get more time to talk about these things later. I'm extremely happy that the president of this meeting is our esteemed manager of the college, Reverend Monsignor Dr. Joseph Tagatte. As a person who knows how to guide an institution or how to guide people, definitely I always look upon him with awe, reverence, respect, and love. Now he knows how to manage things. Our college has grown to great heights once he assumed the position of the manager of this college. We know what happened afterwards. We became an autonomous college. We had an opportunity to receive the Honorable President of India in our college. And so many things are happening here, not only in our college, in other institutions in the Diocese of Palai and in the whole Diocese of Palai, because he is the Rotus Ingelos, the Chief Vicar General of the Diocese. So in different capacities, he is leading our college and the institutions in the diocese. Whenever we approach him with a request to come to a meeting or for some other program, he never says no. He's always very happy to be with us because he loves students, he loves teachers, he loves the academic world, he knows the pulse of the world, and he knows how to instill a kind of interest in academic matters in people around him. The seminar definitely is extremely relevant because I don't think a seminar on disability has ever happened in St. Thomas College. This is something that deserves attention, and our manager definitely realized the real significance, purport, value of this meeting, and he is happily here amidst us. He is the president of our meeting. On behalf of all of us, with all respect and love, I welcome you, respected Father, to this august gathering. Our municipal chairperson is the youngest municipal chairperson in India. Definitely that's a record. Holding a national record is not a small thing. She comes from a family of politicians, politics runs in the family, you can say. For generations, they have been actively involved in social reformation, social activities. They know how to work for the betterment of the society. And as a very young member, she is now into the same fields, and she has risen to the position of the chairperson of Palai municipality. And it's not a small thing, because definitely people who read the newspapers, people who watch television or the social media will know how important it is for our municipality to have such a young, vibrant, dynamic resource person, a person who is absolutely in the crux of activities. I've been following her. She is an undergraduate in economics from Madras Christian College, and in some interviews, she has already declared that she is going for a Master of Business Management (MBA), and she will do it online. I have a sincere request to you, ma'am. Definitely, in your future, don't quit academics. Social life, activism, politics, they're all important, but definitely you must gain knowledge. You must know how to handle the world. And for that, academics is one of the best ways of grappling with social and political realities. Definitely, MBA will be a nice track for you, because you'll know how to master things, you'll know how to manage things. So that is my request. Don't ever skip academics. So she is with us, and I definitely am sure that this is one of the first academic programs for her. She assumed office only on the 26th of December, and the colleges reopened only today. So definitely this will be one of her first academic programs, and we are proud that it is in, it is, we are having this program here. I very respectfully welcome you to this function. My dear friend, Professor Dr. Someshwar Sati is here. He is having visual difficulties, which was there from childhood. He braved all these things. We were 3 years, we were together at JNU, and now after the studies, he became a professor at Kirori College in Delhi. He has earned a lot of accolades. He is a national award recipient from the President of India. I will talk about him later. On behalf of all of us, I invite Someshwar Sati to this great meeting. Our Vice Principal, Dr. Alwin Alexander is here. He's always with us in all the activities. We always work together. And the seminar is also enriched by his presence here. He'll have words of felicitation here. I welcome you, dear father, to this function. Dr. Joby Matthew is the head of the department. The seminar is actually organized under his leadership. So many things have happened behind the screen. People may not understand while sitting here how the seminar is materializing. So for organizing the seminar, I welcome Dr. Joby Matthew to this function. All the teachers of the English department, including Ms. Navia, they are all here. They have all worked for the seminar tirelessly. I welcome all of them to this function. There are people from outside, researchers are there, students of other departments are there. Our IQAC coordinators here. Actually, the seminar is happening with collaboration from the IQAC of this college. So I welcome all of you, including students of the English department, each and everyone to this national seminar. May these days be fruitful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those thoughtful and encouraging words. To mark the formal commencement of the seminar and to symbolize the lighting of knowledge, insight, and dialogue, we now proceed to the lamp lighting ceremony. May I request our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to come forward to light the lamp. Priya Binu Pulikikandam is the youngest chairperson of India of the Palai municipality. She is the daughter of Sri Binu Pulikikandam, who is an illustrious alumnus of St. Thomas College, Palai. She graduated from Madras Christian College in Economics. I feel honored to invite Ms. Dia Binu Pulikikandam to deliver the inaugural address.
A very warm good morning to everyone. Honorable dignitaries on the dais, Reverend Dr. Joseph Thanathil, someone my father admires a lot, so I feel great pleasure in sharing a dais with you, sir. Professor Dr. C.B. James, Professor Dr. Someshwar Sati, Reverend Dr. Alwin Alexander, sir, Dr. Jopi Mati, sir, dear teachers, my dear friends, preachers, scholars, and participants. It's a very great pleasure to be here and to be with you and to be a part of the 2-day national seminar on the Corporeal Church, Embodied Paradigms of Ability, Disability, and Visibility. We know that we live in a society which is made for the people that are, well, we look at and say, able-bodied people. All our systems are made for such. Our classrooms, our institutions, our roads, each and everything is made for people that are able-bodied, it seems. But I believe, as someone who is in this political administration, I believe a development cannot be called. It's not true development until it is inclusive. And we have to look at it. It's about time we start looking at it from that perspective. And you have great scholars here to give you a 2-day seminar, and I know you will cherish this and take this not just in a theory sense, but you will carry this within you to shackle our ideas of disableism. We always look at disableism as a view of limitations, but I feel like it is much more than that. It's our social attitude and so much constraints, and it's a social problem that we see disabled people with. But it's time we treat them equally and we treat them with equal opportunities. We have to give them equal opportunities in all spheres of life, including education or policy making or sports, and it's time that we change it slowly. And we also have, we look at them with a sense of sympathy, which I think could be demeaning in some senses, and it's time we change that and we do our best to encourage and make this whole world a better place for them. We know that for a very simple example, we know that how easy life it is for us when we just walk through our institution and we can just climb the stairs easily, but for someone with a disability, it could be harder. And this is something very simple that we are not accustomed to or we don't think about, but we have to start thinking about if we have to make a change. And the world is for everybody, but it becomes harder and we don't have the right resources for the people with disabilities. And this seminar will give you a whole perspective and, as Sir said, a real eye-opener for all of you. And I hope it becomes so. And it's my pleasure to be here. And it's only then we all will be truly visible and we can reach our best of potential. It's my pleasure to be here, and I wish I could be a part of this. In the English department is always something I'm very close to, and it was my desire was to take BA English, if not for economics, but I ended up in economics. But English is something that I've always held myself close to and something I try to keep in tracks with. And we know that literature is something that truly changed the face of society. But it also goes beyond that, and it is something that can revolutionize the society and bring changes in the society, and we don't give enough credit for that. And currently, I feel like it is seen as a form of dying art, and people are moving towards more, what can I say, materialized courses. Like even if you're going to take a degree, people advise you to go for the safer options and leave behind the humanities or arts of it. And I know that some of the students or research scholars sitting here has faced this question at some point, but it is the true passion and your love for the subject that has brought you here. And I know how much that means to you. And our principal and our vice principal and manager has been truly important in organizing this, because this is not a subject that everyone easily takes in or even recognizes the importance. And St. Thomas, I have to congratulate St. Thomas College for organizing this. And the teachers and the students has come together to make this a success, and it's my honor to be here. And I wish all of you happy 2 days, and I hope we can take away from this and continue this forward, and just just study this and make it a part of your life rather than just this 2 days. Once again, I thank you for the department and the teachers for giving me this opportunity to be here. As I said, my father has been an alumnus of this college, and it's something he takes great pride in, and I always feel so special when I come back to this college to be a part of any event. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am, for your meaningful address and for officially inaugurating this national seminar. May I respectfully invite Reverend Monsignor Dr. Joseph Tanathal, Manager of St. Thomas College, Palai, to preside over the function and deliver the presidential address.
Ms. Dia Binokulikandam, Municipal Chairperson of Palai, dear Principal Professor Dr. C.B. James, esteemed Chief Resource Person Professor Someshwar Sati, Vice Principal Father Dr. Alwin Thomas, Head of the Department of English Dr. Joby Matthew, other HODs, faculty members, research scholars, students, and media colleagues. I have immense pleasure and academic pride when I stand here to address you at the today national seminar titled The Corporeal 10 Embodied Paradigms of Ability, Disability, and Visibility, organized by the Postgraduate and Research Department of the English St. Thomas College, Palai, Autonomous. The theme of this seminar is carefully selected and is both intellectually compelling and socially urgent. The corporeal term represents a decisive shift in contemporary humanities and social sciences, one that foreguards the body as a site of knowledge, experience, and power. By focusing on embodiment, this seminar productively unsettles the long-standing binaries of mind and body, ability and disability, visibility and invisibility. Thereby, we are urged to rethink the normative framework through which the bodies are understood and evaluated. The emphasis on ability and disability is particularly significant in our present socio-cultural context, disability studies has compellingly demonstrated that disability is not merely a biological or medical condition, but a complex socio-political and cultural construct. Bodies marked as disabled expose the implicit norms that govern ideas of productivity, autonomy, and visibility. In engaging with these questions, the seminar opens up critical conversations around inclusion, accessibility, care, and justice, conversations that are essential in both academic inquiry and public life. Visibility, as foregrounded in the seminar theme, is never neutral. To be visible can signify recognition, representation, and agency, but it can also entail surveillance, regulation, and vulnerability. Literature, media, performance, and everyday social practices continuously mediate how bodies are seen, read, and valued. By addressing these dynamics, this seminar provides a crucial platform for interrogating the politics of representation and for imagining more inclusive and ethical modes of social engagement. I would like to congratulate the Department of English on organizing a seminar on such a scholarly depth and relevance. Bringing together eminent scholars, researchers, and students for sustained dialogue reflects a strong commitment to interdisciplinary academic rigor and social responsibility. I would like to extend my felicitations to our Chief Resource Person, Professor Someshwar Sati, whose contributions to disability studies and advocacy for persons with disabilities have been nationally recognized and continue to inspire critical and ethical scholarship. My special greetings to Ms. Dia Binu Ulikakandam, newly elected chairperson of Palai municipality, as well as the youngest in the category in India. My felicitations also extend to all the invited speakers, session chairs, paper presentators, and participants. Your engagement with the themes such as embodiment, representation, intersectionality, assistive technologies, and lived experience affirms the transformative potential of the humanities to respond meaningfully to contemporary challenges. The technical sessions, paper presentations, and performances planned as part of this seminar promise rich and stimulating deliberations. As we participate in this seminar, let us approach it not merely as an academic event, but as a shared ethical space. Let us listen with attentiveness, engage with openness, and remain receptive to the perspectives that may challenge our assumptions. The corporeal term reminds us that vulnerability is not a deficit, but a shared human condition, one that can ground more just and compassionate modes of knowledge production. In conclusion, I felicitate this two-day national seminar for its vision, relevance, and intellectual courage. I wish the seminar a very success and hope that the discussion initiated here will lead to sustained research, meaningful collaborations, and a deeper commitment to dignity, inclusivity, and social justice. Thank you, and I wish you all a fruitful and enriching deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Father, for your inspiring and guiding words. We are honored to have with us Professor Dr. Someshwar Sati, Professor at Kirori College, University of Delhi, Coordinator of the Center of Disability Research and Training, and Chairperson of the Indian Disability Studies Collective. I invite Professor Dr. Someshwar Sati to share a few opening reflections on the theme he will be engaging with us today and to briefly speak about the journey that has shaped his work.
Esteemed manager, St. Thomas College, principal, vice principal, and head of Department of English, municipal chairperson, faculties, participants of the seminar, the students, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great privilege and a moment of great pride to be here amongst you. At the very outset, I would like to congratulate the college for organizing this conference on the corporeal turn, embodied paradigms of ability, disability, and visibility. Not so long ago, just about 5 decades in the past, disability was understood to be merely a biomedical phenomenon. In course of time, it became a social and welfare issue. But today, disability is undoubtedly a conceptual prism, a potent site for intellectual deliberations. Not surprisingly, disability studies over the last quarter century or so has become a rapidly emerging field of intellectual engagement across the globe. In India, however, disability is yet to become a part of our academic consciousness. And it is in this context that attempt made by the college gathers meaning and significance. The college appears to have taken onto itself the responsibility to promote and popularize disability studies in India. And I think that the college deserves a big round of applause for the same. So please put your hands together for the college and its principals. About the topic of the conference, you will be hearing a lot of me. So I'm not going to talk right now about the intellectual pros and cons of disability, able-bodiedness, visibility, embodiment, and so on. But yes, I must share with you how this conference came about. About a month ago, I called Sibi up. Sibi, I mean the gentleman that you people call Professor Dr. Sibi James, and told him that I was coming to Kaledi for a conference at the Sri Sankaracharya University for Sanskrit. And Sibi, in his inimitable and unique tone, said, "You must come to my college." The tone in which he said that immediately reminded me of Marlon Brando and The Godfather. In this movie, the most important dialogue was by Marlon Brando, in which he said, as the Don of the underworld, "I will make you an offer which you cannot refuse." And Sibi did indeed make me an offer that I could not refuse. "You must come." And as his students, colleagues, you people must be aware how difficult it is to say no to him. Perhaps that possibility does not exist. I did not say no. And I am here with the Don himself in his very den at this conference. And I am very happy to be here and take part in what I would regard as a historical moment in the promotion and popularization of disability studies in Kerala and by extension in India. But Mr. Principal, the ball does not stop here. We need to carry this forward. This conference is not a moment of arrival. It is not the culmination. It is rather the beginning of the process which needs to be carried forward. And disability studies needs to be introduced as a subject in our academic curriculum. Professor James has promised to do so. And I'm sure that St. Thomas College, in course of time, will become but of the state and the country as a whole. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for this insightful opening reflections. May I invite Reverend Dr. Alwin K. Thomas, Vice Principal of St. Thomas College, Palai, for the felicity.
Yes.
Esteemed Chief Guest Professor Dr. Someshwar Sati, respected Principal Professor Dr. C.B. James, respected HOD Dr. Joby, respected teachers, and my dear friends. Very good morning to all. It is a great honor to stand before you today at this national seminar. I would like to begin by congratulating the organizers for choosing a theme that is not just academic, but deeply human and socially significant. Disability is often viewed through the lens of limitation, but today we are here to shift that focus toward inclusion, empowerment, and equal opportunity. In our society, the biggest barrier a person with a disability faces is not their physical or mental condition, but the lack of an accessible environment and the presence of social prejudices. We must move from a charity-based approach to a right-based approach. Every individual, regardless of their abilities, deserve accessibility in physical spaces and digital platforms, inclusion in classrooms, workplaces, and social gatherings, dignity to live a life on their own terms. Seminars like these are crucial because they bridge the gap between policy and practice. I hope the discussions held here today will lead to actionable ideas that can make our society more barrier-free. We are not just talking about helping a group of people. We are talking about building stronger, more diverse nation where no one is left behind. Let us remember that disability is just a word, it is the ability that counts. I wish the seminar every success and hope that each participant leaves here with a renewed commitment to the house of inclusion. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. As we are about to conclude the inaugural ceremony, I invite Dr. Joby Matthew, Head of the Department of English, to propose vote of thanks.
A warm good morning to all. Respected Professor Dr. Someshwar Sati, Principal Dr. C.B. James, Vice Principal Dr. Alwin Thomas. We have actually sparked off the seminar titled The Corporeal Turn, Embodied Paradigms of Ability, Disability, and Visibility. Most of the students sitting here are our degree ones. So this title might be a bit loaded for them. So I shall try to explain this in one sentence. So this is actually a realization that a change from this sentence, that is, we have bodies, to an understanding that ultimately we are bodies. So this is what it is all about. That is the corporeal turn. So that is the pivot of the concept. And there are two axes. You have the axis of ability and the axis of disability. And we discuss the quotient of visibility in terms of the what we are actually trying to do in the seminar. Or the seminar also or we traditionally have this notion, which is a Platonic illusion, I would say, that the body has something inside. It contains something. In traditional religious parlance, it is the soul. In scientific or secular term, it is the mind. But due to developments in philosophy, neuroscience, and latest trends in theory, we have begun to understand the body in a different way. It does not mean that the body is just a passive social entity. The body is actually marked by realities like consumerism, class, caste, and many other things. So the body as a reality emerges at the intersection of the aforementioned things. I was actually trying to just explain the title. So it is a very academically enriching moment as I stand here to propose the vote of thanks. The seminar, the idea of the seminar actually germinated with Dr. C.B. James. He's actually the propeller behind the seminar. When he disclosed to the department that there could be a possibility of organizing a seminar. So the seminar actually started from that moment onwards. So I thank Dr. C.B. James as the principal of the college and being a very strong pillar of the department for actually sparking off the idea of this big concept and for welcoming us all to this formal function. Thank you, sir. Our chief resource person is Professor Dr. Someshwar Sati. Actually, I have been with him for these 2 days, and when he called Dr. C.B. at dawn, the other day he called me a yogi because my name, it rhymes with Jobi. Yes. So I have found him as a person, not as a what to call textbook academician or intellectual. It is always easy to sit in an AC room and discuss things on the body. The moment you get out, it is hot. You become more aware of other things. So I have found him a person who practices what he is convinced of. And he has traveled long way from Delhi to meet us. So it is with great honor. I thank you, sir, for the effort that you have taken to come here and to be with us for these 2 days. Thank you, sir. Our Vice Principal, Dr. St.Thomas, is here. He's always there to extend his helping hands to any program organized by the department, and this is not exception from that. I thank him for being with us today. There are Malayalam students among us. So this is an interdisciplinary field. We have political science students, Malayalam, English. We have students from Alfonso. So this is actually the best example for interdisciplinarity. So I thank Dr. Salvin for all the support that he extends to the department and for being present with us today. Thank you. I also thank Reverend Dr. Monsignor, Dr. Joseph Tadatil, who readily agreed to municipal chairperson. That was actually a lucky thing. And as the minister mentioned in his welcome speech, the English department is honored to host her first academic program in the college. So we can be proud of that. In her absence, I also thank Ms. Dia Binu Ulikakannam. And there are all friends here. We have the IQAC coordinator, Dr. Thomas V. Matthew, and the research dean, Dr. Jensen sir, and all our friends, students and teachers from Alfonso College, from Arivithura, all my dear colleagues, teachers from the communicative English department, researchers at our center and researchers from outside. I thank everyone, each and every one of you, for being with us today, and I hope that this seminar will actually free us a bit more from ourself and will give us insight into the non-self. Then only we can really understand what is happening outside. So with these words, I stop and I thank you all once again. Thank you.
corporeal turn, embodied paradigms of ability, disability, and visibility, sponsored by SBI Life. This session will be led by our Chief Resource Person, Professor Dr. Someshwar Sati, and chaired by Professor Zibi James, Principal of St. Thomas College, Palai. I invite Ms. Shilpa Matthew, Assistant Dean of Student Affairs and Faculty Member of the Department of English of St. Thomas College, Palai, to introduce the resource person.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Someshwar Sati is a professor in the Department of English of Kirori College, University of Delhi. He is also the coordinator of the Center for Disability Research and Training, CDRT, of the college, and the chairperson of the Indian Disability Studies Collective, IDSC. With a doctoral degree from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, on the Indian English novel, his research interests include post-colonial theory and literature, Indian literature in English, and disability studies. Over the past couple of decades, he has devoted himself to the task of creating systemic institutional structures to facilitate the inclusion of students with disabilities into the educational mainstream and promoting disability studies as a legitimate field of intellectual inquiry within the Indian academia. In his attempt to anchor the discipline of disability studies within a solid theoretical foundation, he has edited a number of critical volumes, including Disability in Translation by Routledge in 2019, Reclaiming the Disabled Subject by Bloomsbury in 2022, Retrieving the Crip Outsider, Representations of Disability in Literature and Culture by Bloomsbury in 2023, and Narrative Universes of Disability, Global Perspectives by Springer in 2025. But Professor Sati's primary attempt has been to disseminate disability knowledge and popularize disability studies for undergraduate and postgraduate students in universities across the country. To this end, he has worked on textbooks related to disability studies for them. These include Literary and Cultural Disability Studies, a primer by Worldview Critical Editions in 2025, and Recentering Disability in the Indian English Novel by Worldview Critical Editions in 2025. In recognition of his contributions in the above-mentioned fields, he was bestowed the National Award for Empowering Persons with Disability in 2022 in the category of Sarvashresht Divyangjan by the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. In 2025, he received the 16th NCPEDP Emphasis Universal Design Awards under the category of Role Model Persons with Disabilities, and the 19th Stars of the Industry Awards for Excellence in Education in the category Most Influential Professor. We are delighted to have you with us, sir. Over to you, sir.
I invite Professor Dr. Zibi James, chair of the session. Now.
Dear Somesh, teachers and my dear friends, this is not going to be formal. Actually, this was necessitated by an insistence on Somesh's part that there should be a chair for the session. Actually, we had not planned a chair for the keynote speech, but he wanted somebody to chair the session, and if somebody is to chair the session, definitely it should be. So I will not be talking about any theory or other things. I'll just share a few things about Someshwar and the seminar. I told you the seminar would not have materialized, but for friendship. Actually, you can see this is sponsored by SBI Life. Actually, that happened because another classmate of ours, Mr. Akshay Kumar Sati, he is from Odisha, and actually his name in Odia is pronounced Okoy. So Okoy is another classmate of ours. And when the seminar was planned, I just asked Okoy, we want to bring Somesh to Palai, and if some sponsorship is available, definitely that will happen. And immediately he said, definitely we will try. And he being the senior vice president of SBI Life, that's a very high position. You know, we as professors can never aspire to reach those kinds of heights. So he immediately said, we will help you. And he helped. That sponsorship is what made this seminar possible. What I'm talking to you is, as students here, you will definitely realize the value of friendship years later. This has been 35 years, I said. We were a batch of 20 students at JNU, 1992, PG batch, and from 92-93, that academic year, we were together to do the coursework of PhD. I left after that because I got a job here. Somesh continued and took his PhD from JNU itself. Okoy, he went and joined the Life Insurance Corporation of India and rose step by step. Jumping through companies, ultimately becoming the vice president of SBI Life. So that friendship still continues, and it is not a silly thing or a small thing. It's a big thing because this friendship does not know any limits. When I invited him, he just said, definitely I want to come. I took up the Kaladi assignment just because I wanted to come to Palai, and this seminar is going to take place. What I want to tell you is, those days when I went to JNU, I did not know anything about disability. I had a personal disability. My eyesight is not that good. I was worried about that. But compared to Somesh, definitely I cannot make any kind of grudge or complaint. And seeing people like Somesh, how they come from very different life situations. Actually, he came from Bhagalpur in Bihar. And in Delhi, you can imagine a person with no eyesight. And the thing is that he was not born blind. He had eyesight when he was born. But by the age of 14, due to some nervous atrophy or something, he lost his eyesight. And now he is completely blind. So since he was not blind from childhood, he had not learned Braille properly. And it was very difficult for him to manage. Not only because JNU is a sprawling campus, and it was not at all a disabled-friendly campus at that time. So he had so many kinds of hurdles in front of him. And what happened is that he urged his classmates to come to this room, read for him. In those days, these mechanical devices of reading for you were not there. So read for them, and he used to record some of our readings and listen to them again. That was the way in which he studied. Actually, you might think this is dependence. There are concepts of independence, dependence, interdependence. Actually, this was an absolute example of interdependence, because the people who gained, actually we gained more than he gained, because I read a lot of books which I otherwise would not have read in my life. So, this kind of a symbiosis, it developed, and that friendship continued. He braved all his difficulties. Ultimately, he took his PhD, he became a professor, and he started working for the people in India who were like him in different capacities, people who face hurdles in life. Now he has got so many accolades, so many publications. He is a world-renowned person. He goes here and there to talk. And the greatest thing is that, I don't know whether you can imagine that, from Delhi to Kerala, he came alone. Now, I just went and picked him up at the airport. From Delhi, he came alone to Kochi. So that is how he goes on. And he has got his own conceptions of life. Actually, I told him, you don't have to be. First of all, he asked, what should be my topic? I said, scholarly. And he said, I don't want to be scholarly. I said, personal. Okay, if you don't want to be scholarly, then move personal. When you look at the presentation that is going to happen, yesterday he was preparing with the help of Jishnu and Joby his presentation. you will understand how much hard work he puts into each performance. He's going to perform before you. And it's a performance, a teacherly academic performance. He has prepared slides for this. He has done a lot of homework for this, which maybe people like many of us will not do. And that is what takes him to these heights. Now, if I keep on speaking about this, so many things will be there. I'll talk about Okoy tomorrow because I have to introduce Okoy, who is the official sponsor of this seminar, we can say, and the kind of hardships and disabilities that Okoy actually faced in life. So this is a kind of experience for all of us when we feel a slight difficulty in life. Instead of lamenting and whining over it, you have opportunities in front of you. People like Somesh are always showing us the way. I wholeheartedly invite my dear friend Somesh to handle this session. And I'm just, as part of namesake, I'm chairing the session, but that is just for formality because he wanted me to be here. And as we go on, I have asked the department to urge the students to be interactive. If possible, you try to make this an interactive learning session. You try to, express your opinions. Not necessarily asking questions, but make it
Why can't the world embrace and celebrate people who have different modes of being and going about the world as a manifestation of human diversity? I hope that these questions provoke you to think about questions pertaining to disability inclusion and the processes of exclusion that keep disabled people outside the social mainstream. Since an anecdote sums up an entire debate, let us open this discussion by referring to an incident from the life of Casey Martin, a disabled golf player. In 2000, Casey Martin, who was mobility disabled, had qualified for the PGA tournament, Professional Golf Association tournament. As a result, he made a request to the PGA. The request was that please give me the right to use a card while playing this tournament as a form of accommodation for his mobility impairment. As expected, the PGA rejected the application. On what grounds? They simply said that the rules governing the game of golf do not make provisions for such an accommodation. But Martin was not one to give up. He took his case to the American Supreme Court, which directed the PGA to provide Martin with the said accommodation. Additional, could we show the first photograph, please?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We are looking at it.
It's there on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so do you see Martin is seated there with his golf appliances at the back? And he is in a cart kind of a thing, which is often called a golf cart, right? Before that, people were forced to walk the entire stretch of the golf course. But thanks to Martin's initiative and the intervention of the American Supreme Court, golf carts were introduced. This was indeed a great moment in the history of the disability rights movement in the US. And not surprisingly, disability scholars wrote extensively about it. Simi Linton, a leading disability studies scholar, had the following to say about it. For me, the most important part of the discussion was that the debate boiled down to the question, what is the game of golf? Some people during the discussion said that if Martin is allowed to ride a cart, then the game that he would be playing would not be golf. I would like to ask these people, what is the game of golf? And who has defined it? Unquote. The Martin case indeed provides us with a unique opportunity to think about not only the inclusion of disabled people into the social mainstream and other social activities, but also to reflect upon the rules that restrict disabled people from participating in such social events. It should spur us to ask the question, what is the nature of these rules? Who have framed these rules? And to whose benefit? Well, that is precisely what disability studies does. They ask the same questions, questions the rule, questions the criteria of exclusion, questions that who is benefiting from such a process of exclusion, and why should people be excluded? For example, when we first suggested that a disability component should be introduced in the Delhi University undergraduate English course, even my so-called liberal colleagues looked at us with suspicion. They gave us looks as if we had lost our sense of sanity. What is the point, they seem to suggest? Over 200 million disabled people in the world, and yet, what is the point? We have an over 3,000-year-old tradition of writing about disability from the Ramayana to the Mahabharata in our tradition, and yet, what is the point? Many of us may become disabled in old age, and yet, what is the point? Able-bodiedness is grounded on a very precarious foundation. And yet, what is the point? What is the point indeed? The real irony is that liberal intellectuals who are never tired of flagging feminist, post-colonial, Dalit, tribal, ethnic concerns still think that disability studies is merely a medical condition of the human body gone wrong. They do not realize that disability like gender, race, caste is also a form of social identity. Let me give you an example. About 3 years ago, I approached one of the leading, if not the leading university in the country, private university in the country, and its director to organize an international conference on disability studies. Just listen to the kind of response that I got. An academic conference on disability. Are you joking? Do you think that our university is a hospital? Disability is something to be treated by doctors and not to be discussed by academicians. Please contact the hospital for the purpose. We do not teach medicine and we do not have a hospital. I was simply flabbergasted by that kind of a comment. And I did not even have the heart to tell him that is precisely the purpose of disability studies. To take disability out of the corridors of the hospitals and place it firmly within the social and cultural domain. I did not even have the heart to tell him that over 30 years ago, Leonard Davis had already announced the arrival of a new discipline in the academia by the name of disability studies. I did not have the heart to tell him that disability is not a medical condition. It is also a form of a social and cultural identity. Thanks God, when I would talk to Sibi, Sibi did not say that we do not have a hospital in St.Thomas College. He was open-minded enough to say, yes, this is an important topic for discussion and we should take it up. He realized that disability is not just a medical condition of the human body gone wrong. He realized that disability is much more. It is a form of social stigma that breeds prejudice, discrimination, and contempt. More importantly, he realized that disability is also a form of culture. For example, the sign language culture of deaf people or the braille culture of blind people. In the course of the conference, I'm sure that the different papers will go on to consolidate this perspective and make all of us realize that disability is much more. Let us start the deliberation by trying to unpack what disability is. I'm a teacher and therefore a storyteller. So another anecdote for you. One day I was at the Delhi airport, waiting to embark on a plane or a flight to Dubai. Someone came up to me at the airport and asked me, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to Dubai. I'm going to the Middle East." The gentleman simply said, "Are you sure you are going to the Middle East? To the East?" I said, "Of course," and simply brushed the question off as being innocuous and insignificant. But when I sat on the plane and the plane began to fly, I realized the profundity of the question that was asked. Because I realized that the plane was not moving to the east. It was moving towards the west. Had the plane moved towards the east, I would have ended up in Japan, or perhaps one of the states of the Northeast. Then was I really going to the Middle East? Think for a while and reflect on why do we say that we are going to the Middle East when we are going to Dubai? Dubai does not lie to the east of India. It lies to the west. It is the Middle East for America. It is the Middle East for Europe. And because these spaces are in positions of power, that we have internalized whatever hegemonic knowledge they have created. And what we say has little to do with our own ground reality. Likewise, when we talk about disability, it is generally circulated in the world in the form of hegemonic knowledge of the non-disabled archive of knowledge is largely the perspective of the non-disabled world. And it has very little to do with the ground reality of the disabled person. Let us begin with the very definition of the term disabled or disability. The very mention of the term disability evokes in the non-disabled consciousness images of the human body gone wrong. Torsos without limbs, eyes that cannot see, ears that cannot hear, abnormal bodies and unstable minds. Society seems to instinctively associate disability with some kind of lack or inadequacy. Why is this? This is because of the way that we use disability in our day-to-day language. In common parlance, disability is generally used to refer to a clinically diagnosed medical deficit or lack that incapacitates the human body or mind from performing normative life functions. What you see here is an attempt to medicalize the phenomena. What we see here is an attempt to individualize the phenomena. What we see here is an attempt to associate disability with some kind of lack or inadequacy, incapacity. What we see here is an attempt to trace the genealogy of disability to the condition of the human body. But just pause for a while and think about this. Is disability to be associated just with the condition of the human body? In order to make you think about this phenomena, let's take the example of a wheelchair user confronted with a flight of steps. When a wheelchair user is confronted with a flight of steps, the wheelchair user is unable to climb up or down the different floors of a building. In a sense, he is quote unquote disabled. But when the very same wheelchair user is granted the facility of a ramp, or for that matter, an elevator, the wheelchair user is able to negotiate the different flights of the building with consummate ease. In a sense, the wheelchair user ceases to be quote unquote disabled. If this is the case, then is disability just to be associated with the condition of the human body? Or does disability have something to do with a disabled, unfriendly, hostile society that pays little attention to the needs and requirements of disabled people? Obviously, the latter. Disability has a lot to do with a disabled, unfriendly, hostile society that pays scant attention to the specific needs of disabled people. That the question is, then why is disability medicalized all the time? By medicalizing disability or the experience of disablement, the attempt is to project disability as a natural phenomena, as a result of which the culpability of society in producing the experience of disability is camouflaged. Attention is diverted away from the role that society plays in shaping the experience of disability. And it is exonerated, as it were. But you need to think about whether disability is really a natural phenomenon. Here I am reminded of my grandmother. Like most grandmothers, my grandmother had this habit of washing her hands at least 50 times a day, if not more. society and the medical establishment said that this habit is the result of a psychic defect. It is this symptomatic of mental instability. It is an obsessive compulsive behavior. Fine. But just pause for a while and think what happened during the days of COVID. The very habit of constantly washing one's hand day in and day out, and that too with detergents and soaps, became the norm. From an undesirable pattern of behavior, it overnight became the desired way of going about the world. So from a deviation, it suddenly became the desired norm. So if an attitude to a particular behavior can change with the change in the context, can we treat that kind of behavior as natural? This is why Rosemary Garland Thompson says that disability has less to do with the human body and more with a set of cultural rules about what body should and can do. So less with the human body and more with a set of cultural rules. Perhaps we need to unpack this statement. And for this purpose, I will narrate yet another story. H.G. Wells, A Country of the Blind. A Country of the Blind is the story of Nunes, a sighted mountaineer, who once on a mountaineering expedition loses his way into a village. This village was completely cut off from the world. This village, more importantly, was inhabited only and only by blind people. So when Nunes reached that place, he began to think, oh, everybody in this village is blind. So I can become the king of this village. The refrain that in the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king reverberates throughout the narrative. And Nunes thought to himself, if in the country of the blind, a one-eyed man can become king, I can see with both my eyes. And I definitely would become a king. This kind of confidence arises from his belief in the authority of his sight, in the power of his eyes to see. But as the story unfolds, this confidence is slowly undermined. I will just give you a few quick examples. In the country of the blind, the day was not divided into day and night as it is in our world. In the world of the sighted, when there is sunlight, we call that period of the day as day. And when there is no sunlight, we call that period of the day as night. Now imagine from the perspective of a blind person. A blind person cannot see, cannot perceive light, and hence he cannot distinguish between day and night on the basis of the presence or absence of sunlight. But does that mean that the blind person has no systems or structures to understand the day? In the country of the blind population could feel the temperature. The days for them were hot and sultry, and hence they called it warm. And the nights were relatively pleasant and cooler, and therefore they called it cold. So in their understanding of the world, the day was not divided into two parts according to the presence or absence of sunlight. It was divided into two parts in relation to the temperature that they could sense. But this conception of the day and night created a problem for humanists. What was the problem? The day was hot and sultry and very inconvenient to work. The night was pleasant and relatively cooler. It was easier to work during the night. Since they did not require light to work, so it did not make a difference for them to work during the night. They did not need light. They did not rely on their eyes. But think about poor Nunes. He is so dependent on his eyes. He's so dependent on the faculty of sight. He's so dependent on light to do his work that he is rendered completely unproductive during the night. So the way that the society of the country of the blind was structured, marginalized this. So did his unproductivity has something to do with his ability to see? No. It had to do with the way that society was structured, right? Imagine if suddenly overnight we said that we are not going to circulate print books to you and allow books in Braille. Would you be able to study properly? We need to understand that the world is structured by the dynamics of power. And as your municipal chairperson said in the morning, the world is scripted by and for those in a position of power and a majority. As the story goes on, like most heroes, Nunes falls in love. He falls in love with the daughter of the chieftain of the village. He feels that he will go to the chieftain and ask his daughter's hand in marriage, and the chieftain would gladly agree. So he goes to the chieftain, and to his surprise and to his alarm, the chieftain said, "Are you mad? Do you think that I would give my daughter's hand in marriage to a madman?" Nunes is absolutely shocked. "Me, a madman," he says. The chieftain of the village suddenly comes back. "Yes, you are mad." "Me mad how?" "You are mad because you say senseless and meaningless things, like the sky is blue, the grass is green, the roses are red." Now imagine from the point of view of fish. They cannot perceive colors, And therefore, statements of this kind that Nunes was so used to articulating do not carry meaning or sense for the blind population. For them, these are mere gibberish. So if we think in terms of the perspective of the chieftain of the village, he was absolutely right. Whatever Nunes said, for him was nothing more than gibberish, symptoms of madness. But Nunes and his beloved did not give up. Then the chieftain of the village simply says that, okay, fine. I will allow my daughter to marry you, provided the doctor of the village is able to cure you of this madness. Marta kya nahi karta? Nunes went to the doctor. The doctor examined Nunes and triumphantly came out and said, I know what the problem with Nunes is, and I will definitely be able to cure him. The problem with Nunes is that he has two soft organs called eyes, and he suffers from the disease of sight. If these two soft organs are removed, the disease of sight would be cured. So in the country of the blind, sight is a disease, and eyes are undesirable organs. So the problem, therefore, is not the persons with disability. The problem is the way that the idea of normalcy, that the norm has been constructed to create the problem of the disabled person. Leonard Davis therefore says that disability is not a medical condition. It is a deviation from the idea of the normal body. Idea, right? So disability is an idea of the normal body, deviation from the normal body. So what I want to say is that very clearly, disability, which is based on conceptions of ableism, is a concept. And the concept of ableism itself is a culture that needs to be deconstructed from the perspective of the disabled person. And that is precisely what disability studies does. It deconstructs the culture of ableism from the perspective of the disabled person. I have talked so much in theory. Let me now give you a very quick example and explain this. Jishnu?
Yes, sir.
Could we play the documentary video? Yes. The video, please.
Recently discovered film footage. Recently discovered film footage shows President Franklin Delano Roosevelt being pushed in a wheelchair, depicting a secret not revealed to the public until after his death. A Franklin College professor found the 8-second clip while doing research in the National Archives. It shows Roosevelt on the USS Baltimore at Pearl Harbor in July 1944, 9 months before his death and just weeks after the Allied invasion of Normandy, France. The wheelchair is not clearly visible, but its motion is. The FDR Presidential Museum and Library and the National Archives both say such footage is rare. Roosevelt entered Polio in 1921, age 39, and did not publicly appear in a wheelchair throughout his presidency. The FDR Museum says news photographers cooperated in concealing his disability. Bob Call, Associated Press.
Franklin Theodore Roosevelt, one of the greatest or the three greatest American presidents. George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, were the other two. Roosevelt had braved America through the deep depression of the early 1930s and guided America through the Second World War. But as this clip reveals, the discovery of an 8-second long video depicting Roosevelt on a wheelchair had created a flutter in the American establishment. Think for a while, why was this the case? Roosevelt had contracted polio in 1921 at the age of 39. He could hardly walk, and he always used the wheelchair, except in public. So there was this constant attempt to conceal his disability, which was made. And that is why this flutter was created in the American press when an Indiana University professor suddenly came across this 8-second video which depicted Roosevelt on a wheelchair. Throughout his presidency, with the collaboration of the press and the White House, it was argued that there was an attempt made to conceal Roosevelt's disability. Let me show you a few photographs of Roosevelt. Yes, could we go to Vishnu?
Yes, sir.
Could you show the bust photograph?
Yes, sir. It is there.
The first one. It's there?
Yes.
So now look at this photograph. The photograph is bust upward, right? And you will be amused to know that most of the photographs of Roosevelt are taken bust upward. His lower part of the body is seldom, if not never, portrayed in public photographs. Why is this the case? Was it because there was an attempt to conceal his disability? Right? So think about it. Now, could we move on to the next photo, please?
Yes, sir.
This next photo shows Roosevelt trying to go down the steps. Again, do you see any signs of his clutches or his disability? And why should the American president be made to walk down the staircase when he cannot even walk? Just think for a while. Can we go to the next photograph?
Yes, sir.
You have Roosevelt seated in a car, right? Again, a posture or a pose in which his disability is concealed. So most of Roosevelt's photographs are cast in particular ways that his disability is rendered invisible. Now, could we go on to the next photograph? This is Roosevelt speaking on a podium, and the shot is from the front. Do you feel that he is disabled in any way? Just think for a while. A person who cannot walk, who cannot stand, is standing on the podium and delivering his speech. Why? An attempt to conceal it. Now, here's the truth of the matter. Now, you just see, could we go to the fourth set of slides?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And now you see a shot of the podium from the side, right? What do you see? You see the clutches and other things? That was his reality that was hidden behind the podium shot. Why was this the case? Just think for a while. But the real question that we need to ask ourselves is, was this really the case all the time? Was such attempts always made? Or was this the construction of the American press and the White House that refused to circulate photographs of Roosevelt in which his disability was clearly visible? There weren't so many such photographs. Could we go on to the next photograph, please?
Yes, sir.
Now, look at this photograph. Roosevelt on the wheelchair, right?
On its nature.
Right? And the next photograph? Again, what do you see? Roosevelt, the support systems is visible, right? It's clearly visible. The rods around his leg, so on and so forth. They are clearly visible. The next photograph, Jishnu?
Sir, yes.
Sorry?
Yes, sir. The dog in his lap.
Okay, the dog and the wheelchair, right? Do you see that? The kitchen, the dog, all these photographs. What is the next photograph?
It's when Roosevelt.
Sorry?
Roosevelt sitting in a wheelchair in a kitchen.
Right? Look at the kitchen and how he has designed the kitchen according to his needs. And there are photographs of such things. But the question that really confronts us is that why were such photographs, which were there, not made an object of discrimination amongst the American public? He was a great president. He negotiated the Deep Depression. He led America to victory in the World War II. And the aspect of the body, the reality of his disability is constantly concealed from the American public. Why? Was this because the American administration felt that if we show a disabled person at the head of the American administration, it would emasculate the nation? If this was the case, you can just think for yourself that what is the attitude towards disabled that society had? Necessarily pejorative, necessarily negative, necessarily an object of lack and inadequacy, associated with weakness. And how could a great country like America have a disabled person as president? Though the reality was that he was one of the greatest American presidents. But his disability cannot be acknowledged. So much so when even in the 1970s, when a museum was inaugurated for him, a memorial was constructed for FDR. Look at the statue. Do we have the next photo?
Yeah, yes.
Look at the statue that is created in that memorial. A bronze statue. From the neck downwards, everything is covered by a cloth. Even then, an attempt is made to hide his disability. Why? And this really agitated the American public. And they began to protest. Why do you need to erase Roosevelt's disability? You need to show him on a wheelchair. Ultimately, that protest movement, that agitation succeeded. And at the monument, at the memorial, a new statue was installed. Could you show the next statue, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now you see this? Roosevelt on a wheelchair. This is 1990s. Such a long struggle just to depict Roosevelt on a wheelchair. Can you imagine? Why is this the case? Why is there an attempt by the non-disabled world to erase the corporeality of disabled people who make it great? Why do they want to render invisible the corporeality of disabled people? Think for a while. This is an important question that you need to dwell on. But it's not only in the political sphere that such things happen, right? It's not only in the political sphere. Even in the field of art and culture, such things do happen. Jishnu, the next slide.
Yes, sir. Impression sunrise.
So, what do you have here? Impression, sunrise. What is this painting? It is a painting that perhaps inaugurated the Impressionist movement in painting in the West. And how is this painting generally discussed in literary and cultural circles? Impression sunrise is a movement away from the realism of the preceding period. Realism was based on very rigid edges, clearly defined images. And Monet is subverting that school of realism by blurring the edges. But what is often hidden is the fact that while painting Impression sunrise, Claude Monet was losing his sight. You look at that. He could not see, and therefore he could not really paint those firmly etched edges of objects. How many of you know that? That Impression sunrise is a product of Claude Monet's fading sight into cataract. Again, the corporeality of a celebrated disabled person is hidden and rendered silent. Dear friends, we stand at a time where there is a need to make visible the corporeality of every agent that produces knowledge. Now, could we go to the final slide, please?
Yes, sir.
Now look at this. This is the cover of an autobiography of a blind woman, Georgina Cleach. The autobiography is called Sight Unseen. And she basically says that I need to render my story the way that I perceive it. I need to access the world through my subject position rather than from the subject position of the able-bodied sighted world. So look at, she has designed the cover herself in the way that the world appeared to her. Look at the blur, right? Everything is blurred and hazy. And she says, this is the way that I see the world, and this is the way that I shall paint and project it. You see a similarity between this and Claude Monet's painting? Aren't they more or less the same in their brush strokes and orientation? Both the product of low vision and not the product of any intellectual or cerebral deliberation as the painting is generally made out to be. So in this section, I have tried to cover the entire movement of disability studies, from looking at how the non-disabled world sees disabled people, to the need to question that perception, to the need of making disabled people the agent of the production of knowledge, and create an archive of knowledge from that perspective. Subject position matters. Subject position defines perspective. Corporeality of individuals are integral to the activities and outputs that they produce, and therefore corporeality needs to be made visible. And disabled people can not only be the objects of empirical inquiry, they are also the agent collaborating in the process of the production of knowledge. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Crystal clear, absolutely lucid ideas regarding the topic, corporeality, visibility, and everything. You must have understood the power of visualization. You must know there is a world of difference between vision and visualization. How a person without vision visualized a topic. Just see that. I was involved in the process of making these slides. Jishnu was there, Jobi was there, as I said. So the kind of way in which a person visualizes a presentation, I don't think people with vision will do it in a way that Somesh is
And it was the role of medicine, as it is envisaged within the medical establishment, to nurse people with sickness back to a state of health. Now look at this and see what it does. A binary opposition between health and disease is created, in which health is the ideal body, an ideal state to be in, and disease is a deviation from that ideal state. And it would be desirable to nurse people back to the state of health. That is how medicine legitimizes its profession. But the question also arises, why it is needed to nurse people back to a state of health? Because sick and diseased people are not productive beings in society. Again, that capitalist angle does come in, right? So, with the development of capitalism, with the development of the medical establishment, deviation from the idea of a normative body becomes more pronounced. What also becomes more pronounced is the need to rehabilitate or cure it, right? Reducing disabled bodies to an undesirable state of being. So modern times, perhaps visibility was accentuated, but now coming back to the ancient scripture, whether it was more inclusive. In the Mahabharata, we have a blind person as king, right? He was the eldest son of the Kuru clan. And yet, he was not made king as a first choice. His younger brother was made king. And the reason cited was that Dhritarashtra is blind, so how can he rule the kingdom? So Pandu was made king. But when Pandu gave up the throne, then Dhritarashtra was made king. What happened? Talk about his inability to rule because of lack of sight. That was all thrown into the dustbin because there was this fear that the kingship would go out of the Kuru clan, right? So there is much more that meets the eye in the story of the Mahabharata. If you look at our medical scriptures, there laid down you have very clearly stated that medicine states that disability is a punishment from a previous birth. And that idea is very strong in all our scriptures. Right? Dhritarashtra becomes blind because his mother closed his eyes while having an intercourse to give birth to Dhritarashtra after the death of her husband. So parental punishment going up there. Now again in the Ramayana, you would see that, did you people know that that Ram had a sister? I'm just forgetting her name. Yes, Ram had a sister, but we do not know. And she was the eldest of them all, who was born out of a union between Kausalya and Raja Dasrath, which took took place even before marriage. Because of that transgression, the daughter that was born was orthopedically disabled. And she was sent away to her Mossy's place so that the rest of society could not know about. So again, the hiding of the disability there, do you see that? How many of us know that? About a text that day out, in and out, people talk about? So there is a kind of a coverage there as well. So keeping all these in mind, I don't know how inclusive that was. But yes, at a material level, perhaps the discrimination was less because the areas of economic activity were limited, right? And the accentuation happens in contemporary time because of the rise of capitalism and the growth and development of science and medicine, and the idealization of bodies. So sorry, I can't really answer your question with utmost honesty, but this is how I would like to unpack it. Both societies were non-inclusive in their own ways, and the way that they manifest themselves in is to be contextualized in their times. Neither of them were ideal. I hope that answers your question.
Hi, Somesh.
I
I'm Rohit.
don't know you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful lecture. Can you, you said there is an attempt to hide, conceal, cover up disability, and this is something that we see throughout history, pre-industrial, pre-capitalist, and industrial and capitalist societies. But at the same time, of late, since 1980s, 1990s, there is also a trend among the disabled, maybe as a result of disability rights movement or even disability studies as an academic discipline. More and more disabled people, persons with disabilities, are now coming up with their own stories in the form of life narratives. So on the one hand, there are people like FDR who tries to try concealing their disability, and of late there are more and more people coming out actually with their life narratives, disability life narratives. So what must have produced this, apart from this disability rights movement? What do you think are the reasons more and more people are now writing about themselves, telling their stories? I'm not simply talking about written narratives. Even otherwise, through YouTube, through media, people are coming out. Recently in Malayalam film industry, at least 2 or 3 people came out, establishing or claiming that they are also suffering from, ADHD, Down syndrome, all these kind of normally otherwise concealed issues.
Rohit, as usual, you hit me with your questions. A great, spectacular, good question. Look, this idea of transforming the marginalized body into a site of knowledge, right, is not only exclusive to disability rights writers. In fact, what you need to concede is that disability life writing, the tendency of disabled people to transform their own bodies into sites of meaning, follows very closely on the heels of women doing that, on the heels of people from the marginalized races doing that, on the hill of people from other castes doing that. So you need to see it as a part of that process, right? So I think we need to see it in those terms. And we need to realize that disability does not operate in society in vacuum. It operates within intersectional spaces that are overwritten by other forms of marginalizations based on gender, race, caste, tribe, ethnicity, and so on. But this is largely the product of the critical turn in theory. When I say critical turn in theory, what I exactly want to focus on is how the object about which the knowledge is produced is not just the empirical site for being observed and on the basis of which that observation knowledge is produced. It's no longer treated as passive, right? It is now treated as an active site of knowledge production itself. The body is an active site of knowledge production. And if you see this, this parallels the shift in the conception of language. Earlier, traditionally speaking, language was looked upon as a word disclosing cognitive structure. Reality is out there, language discovers and makes visible reality. Language cuts forms on the ocean of reality. But with the critical turn in critical theory, language becomes not only a transparent medium for disclosing language of the reality, but language itself creates reality. So with this idea of language becoming the agent and the producer of knowledge, comes this idea of reality not being passive, but active, right? So the agency is now associated not only with the cognitive structures, but even the object about which knowledge is produced. In the case of disability, disabled people are the objects about which knowledge is produced. They are no longer passive, they are active agents of knowledge, and hence this rise in the trend. But pardon me for saying that and breaking your heart, Rohit. We are just mimicking the feminists, the post-colonialists, and the people in the dualist studies. Obviously, there are differences, but the broader trend, we are copying category. Thank you.
I think I will just wind up the session because it's almost time.
Sir, there is just one more question. Yes.
Your question.
Someshwar sir, it is Dobby. This is actually a footnote to what Rohit sir asked. He has mentioned how celebrities and people from the movies disclose their disabilities. So recently Salman Khan speaking about one of his problems. My comment or observation is that, don't you think that celebrities and such privileged people have compensatory corporeal capital to eclipse their diseases that they disclose? So they have some kind of a privilege even in disclosing their disabilities, unlike a common man. Yes.
Now, I completely agree with you, but I would also like to draw your attention to the fact that about 90 years ago, who would be more powerful than Roosevelt to create capital out of his disability? But did he? Right? Because it was of the attitude of society towards it. Right? Disability was largely seen as a symptom of lack and inadequacy, a sign of weakness, a form of incapacity compared to a normative body. But we now live in times where the norm has been decentered, right? And disability is no longer a form of lack or inadequacy. It is a form of diverse embodiment rather than different embodiment. So now people in position of power are not hesitant in trying to make capital out of their, should I say, disability, right? Yes, they can afford it. But it is also because one can make, as our Don sitting to my right said, capital out of it. Right? So this has been made possible by the changing social attitudes towards disability, which has much to do with the dissemination of the kind of knowledge that we attempt to do. Yes, your point is well taken, but it also points in the direction that societies are moving towards a more accessible, more inclusive horizons in which we can contemplate the creation of a better world. We are trying our best to push society in that direction. And my question to you is, are you people doing your own bit? And if not, why not? What stops you from pushing the cart in the right direction? And I will urge you to do so. And with those words, I will no longer stand between you and lunch, which is a horrible position to be in. So from food for thought, let us move on to a more conventional understanding of food. It's over to you, Sati.
Actually, I had a question, but since I declared food for thought and for the stomach, I will not do that. But I asked a question which will be answered later. That is very simple. What is the future of disability studies? I wanted to listen to that from Somesh, but we will reserve it for a later time. But 2 points. One is, you are talking about the ideological frameworks and other things. We conduct seminars, conscientize people regarding the need to be more inclusive. That is one bit of it. The second is the pragmatic side, the ways in which we improve the quality of life. Somesh was talking about how Kerala is improving, because for 2 days we have been traveling around, and he was appreciative. Wherever we go, there are ramps, rails, and friendly kinds of mobility-friendly amenities. That is one, the second part of it. So the ideological and the pragmatic. So what is the future of disability studies in this direction, and how people like Somesh are going to visualize these things? We will discuss later. Thank you.
No.
തുടങ്ങാൻ പറഞ്ഞു അത് സമയം എടുക്കില്ല നമ്മൾ ഇവിടെയൊക്കെ വിഷയം എടുക്കണം 45
Good afternoon, dignitaries, resource person, participants, teachers, and students. We hope you enjoyed your lunch and are ready to dive back into our exploration. As we begin this afternoon session of our two-day national seminar on the corporeal term, embodied paradigms of ability, disability, and visibility, sponsored by SBI Life. I would like to say that we are honored to have here with us Mr. Alwin Alexander, speaker of this session. To formally introduce our distinguished speaker, I invite the convener of this national seminar, Ms. Navia Rose Thomas. Over to you.
Greetings to all the respected dignitaries and invited scholars gathered here. It is both a privilege and a deeply personal joy for me to introduce the session speaker. For me, he is not just an academic or an invited resource person. He is my mentor, my inspiration, and one of the most formative presences in my intellectual life. During my postgraduate days, he was my class tutor who guided me through moments of uncertainty, teaching me how to think, how to question when obstacles arise. His words, spoken casually in corridors and classrooms, helped me, that was far beyond syllabi. And what made his pedagogy extraordinary was his ability to animate theory, introducing thinkers like Derrida, Foucault, Kant, and other foundational voices, not as distant abstractions, but as living ideas, often through films and other cultural narratives. And more importantly, he taught me what it means to be a teacher, to be a guiding light rather than an authority, to listen before instructing, and to nurture students with patience and purpose. And I stand here today as a teacher myself because of the values, courage, and conviction he quietly instilled in me. It is now my honor to formally introduce Mr. Alwin Alexander, my dear Alwin sir. Alwin Alexander has been working at Union Christian College, Aluva since 2010. His areas of research and academic engagement include cultural politics, occult studies and possession, and exorcism discourses. He is a prolific writer who regularly publishes in leading Malayalam journals such as Mathyamam and Samakalika Malayalam. His research articles have appeared in prestigious publications brought out by institutions like the Kerala Sahitya Academy, Kerala Charitra Academy, Kerala Bhasha Institute, and Samyukta. His recent scholarly contributions include 2 co-edited volumes, Spotlight and Narratives of Love and Friendship. His other notable works include Eco-Criticism in Malayalam, a co-translated volume published by Cambridge Scholars UK, Feminine Spirituality, Reflections and Discourses, Liberative Reflections, and Renaissance in Kerala. His forthcoming book focuses on renowned Polish filmmaker Krzysztof Kieslowski. And at the outset, my happiness knows no bounds as I have with me yet another of my respected mentors, Dr. Akhila Narayanan, whose presence adds immense value to this occasion. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Akhila ma'am for graciously being with us today. With immense gratitude and respect, I warmly welcome my mentor, Mr. Alwin Alexander, and invite him to share his insights with us today. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Is this audible? Yeah. Thank you, Navya, for that very gracious introduction. And thank you, everybody, for having me. It's an honor to be
at Palai St.Thomas. My father's place is near to Kanyapadi. So during our childhood days, we regularly pass through these paths. And this is a very nostalgic area for me. So whenever I pass through these areas, childhood memories come back. Occurrences of illness. I would like to begin by placing this this topic. Why discuss occultures or occult cultures in a seminar which discusses disability. I come to this from a theoretical turn which occurred in the field of humanities and literary studies back in the early 90s, late 80s and early 90s. And we call it the spectral term. It's a spectral term, which we could say was inaugurated in a way by the publication of a very seminal work titled Perspectives of Marx by Jacques Derrida. That was actually published in 93 and translated into English in 94. That was occasioned by the fall of the Berlin Wall in 89 and later the dissolution of the USSR. And historians like Francis Fukuyama, they declared the end of history. But Derrida was trying to say, no, not yet. We are still looking into the future. We are looking at present, which is absent, because the present is a promised present, and therefore it's also an absent present, and therefore it's a spectral present. I don't know what the Malayalam equivalent for the spectre would be. Achan is here. Is this one of your areas? Badha or Godam. The play on words is very interesting if you translate it in Malayalam, because Godam would also mean a temporality. Okay, so maybe you could translate it as Badhida Godam, whatever way. Well, let's stick to English now. So in that, he was trying to talk about a metamorphosis of the idea of the ghost, a metamorphosis of ghost and hauntings. Ghosts and hauntings, they metamorphosed from an actual entity, from being an actual entity to being a conceptual metaphor. I don't know whether in Palai, in this part of the world, you believe in ghosts. The bishop's house is near, and now, even if you don't believe in ghosts, you will have to believe in the metaphor, the conceptual metaphor of the ghost, by which we mean a discourse. It's a discourse. The ghost, the haunting, the phantom is a discourse. It's a system of knowledge where you use the phantom as an analytical tool. Here, we also have to refer to another theory called the phantom theory. Nicholas Abraham and Maria Torok, they talk about the phantom. And what is the phantom? They talk about the phantom in the context of Shakespeare's play Hamlet. Incidentally, Derrida also uses Hamlet to talk about Marx. Marx did not believe in ghosts, but Derrida spoke about ghosts all along, because he started one of his famous works with the statement, "A spectre is haunting Europe." And he also dealt with money, and money is the real ghost. OG real ghost. Why is money the real ghost? Because it's that about which we are all obsessed. You see, you cannot see money, can you? Economics എക്കണോമിക്സിലെ ആദ്യത്തെ ക്ലാസ്സുകളിൽ പറയുന്ന ഒരു സാധനമാണ് money is what money does. It's not real. നിങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു കറൻസി നോട്ട് എടുത്താൽ മണി എന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. It's a promise of the money. So it's only a promise. That's exactly what Wilder is also trying to talk about. It's a promise that was made. Communism was a promise. And that's a promise that is not yet realized. So let's not say the world has ended yet. So it's in this sense we are speculating about the ghosts. We are talking about the ghosts, the phantoms. So what is the phantom in the phantom theory? Nicholas Abraham says it's the objectification of a secret. The phantom of Hamlet's father is actually the phantom of Hamlet's father is actually the objectification of a secret that was never told. The secret could be a trauma. The secret could be a stress, a suppressed something, an unreal that you cannot even speak about. So that's the phantom. That's on the margins of the spectral theory. My proposition here is witchcraft is also an objectification of a suppressed something, a stressed something, a traumatic something, an inexplicable something which you cannot speak about. And the only way it can come out is through the witch and the witchcraft, and perhaps the linking of our daily experiences, and sickness or illness is one of those which have to be negotiated through this. And so the question here is not why witchcraft, not why disease, but why the secret, or what that secret is. So this is the context of this presentation. So within this framework of the spectral turn, the links between witchcraft, illness, they are explored to eliminate ethical and epistemic obligations, tracing how histories of persecution and marginalization continue to operate as spectral forces in the present. What is witchcraft? What is magic? I don't know how you explain it. Simon Buring, you must be familiar with him, in his famous book, Modern Enchantments. He talks about magic as a performance, a magical conjuration, a conjuring of shows and performances. That is one way of looking at magic, and that is what we have in our entertainments. And the capital of that magic is perhaps Disneyland, or the Hollywood perhaps. So that's one kind of magic that we talk about. But for this presentation, we are looking at magic from a different aspect, a more ritualistic aspect of magic. Now, somebody called Alan McFarlane, a historian who works in this area, he says there are two very important questions that all human beings ask about themselves, about their lives, about the events, the occurrences in their lives. One is the how question. The second one is the why question. And McFarlane says, the how question can be explained by science, but the why question may not be able to be explained using science or such empirical data. A theoretician in the area of disability studies, Dr. Nora Gross, she She teaches at University of London. And in one of her books, she shares this experience. She works with the African people, and she shares this experience that she had in London. She was talking to a friend of hers who had a child with Down syndrome. And the mother was explaining to Gross about the genetics, the role that genetics have to play in this sickness. And so she came out to be a very knowledgeable person. But at the end of it all, so she was trying to explain the how of this syndrome. At the end of it all, she asked this question to Nora Gross. This is the question that she asked. Why these genes in my family? Okay, to explain the how. She's a very intelligent person. She knows her science. It's been explained. But that scientific knowledge is framed within a different epistemology, a different construction of knowledge. So even when you have a scientific explanation, you will still look for the why in different places. And McFarlane says that perhaps is the role of witchcraft, and for that matter, religion also. This is very well explained by Evans Pritchard in his book Witchcraft, Oracles and Magic Among the Azande, where Pritchard says the notion of the witchcraft, it explains all unfortunate events, all unexplainable events. The inexplicables, they are explained very imaginatively by witchcraft or magic or whatever you call it. And that is why this is important. Give me the next slide, please. There is a book which you shouldn't miss. The name of the book is Alice Maleficarum. Now, this is a seminal work which was brought out in the 15th century, 1496, perhaps 1486 or 96. This is a book that very elaborately spoke about the ways in which you can identify a witch or a possessed person, and the ways in which exorcism can be done, all of this. This was brought out with the help of a papal bull. And so this was supported by a papal bull as well. And so this is a very important book when we do witchcraft studies, because of the role it played in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries in the witch hunts of those times. Well, in that, this has been translated many times. The most recent translation, I believe, is the one brought out by Christopher S. Mackay for Cambridge University in the year 2009. And that Christopher Mackay, in his translator's note, he says, we will take witchcraft to mean the manipulation of the physical world through the use of special words and procedures. That is what witchcraft is. Basically, it's manipulation. Now, the question is, does this work? Another historian, Roland Hutton, he says, yeah, it works. It works. How does it work? Because of fear. It works because of fear. The adrenaline activates dormant infirmities, he says, infirmities. That's also related to disabilities. It works only in a culture of fear, in a paradigm of fear. So it works only if you will. If you will not, it may not work. So it depends on you whether it works or not. The next slide. Yeah. How to become a witch, or who is a witch? Ronald Hutton, in his book, The Witch, it's a 400-page volume, very interesting read. He gives us 4 ways in which you could identify a witch, 4 categories of witches. So if you belong to one of these, you could call yourself a witch, or a wizard perhaps. One is the one who uses magic to harm people and possessions. Second category is someone who uses magic for any purpose, good or bad. Third is a practitioner of pagan, nature-focused religion. And the fourth category is really very interesting. It says, which is a symbol of the independent female power. A woman victimized by male structures, authorities who used witchcraft accusations to bring her down. Well, by that standard, I believe we will be able to count a few witches in this room itself. If the fourth one is the category that we measure the witch by. Now the witch, next slide. The witch is an archetype. We've had this always in our culture world over. But some of the visceral fear that is associated with this figure, that is gone. Fear is gone, perhaps, but the stereotypes remain. It's an old, evil old woman with wrinkled skin, a long nose, facial protrusion, and a black cat. A cat, preferably a black cat, as a pet. That's the popular image of the witch. If you look at the next slide, there are a range of capabilities. That we generally give to the witches. All these are ideas taken from Malleus Maleficarum and witchcraft treatises like that. Witches can conjure up storms. They can affect the weather. If you remember Tempest, Shakespeare's Tempest, Prospero causes a storm and he affects the weather. So wizards can do that, witches can do that. They can cause impotence, bewitch and kill humans and beasts, spoil dairy, so I was telling one of my friends, refrigerator. That works. So witches, these are the things they do. Okay, the next slide. So that's the context from which we are going to do this analysis. There will be 3 sections to this presentation. The first section, we'll be looking at the body of the witch and deformity, the idea of deformity, how they work. In the second section, which is very short, we will look at the witch and disability and how both identify with each other. And the third category, the third section, will be where we'll be looking at the witches who cause diseases. Now, the word disease, if you notice, is hyphenated. So witches can cause disease. They can also cause dis-ease. Disease in people and dis-ease in a society. So we'll be looking at that from the context of the Salem witch hunts. Let's begin. The first section, the body politics of witchcraft. The body of the witch, we need to understand, is a construction. There's a way in which the body of the witch is constructed. And in this construction, deformity, which are called witch marks, bodily marks, they are very important. They serve as means for identifying witches and prosecuting them. And therefore, we see how the witch's body will become a readable text. We will have an othering in this text, in this body of the witch, because of the deformity, which is a social othering and also a cultural othering. So which becomes a social other and a cultural other. A social other because of her character, because of behavior, a cultural other because of the physicality, which breaks the normative standards. So we have a confluence here, coming together here of deformity and deviance, the social othering and cultural othering. In a book titled Social Histories of Disability and Deformity, we read like this: in the early modern period, the concept of disability was subsumed under other categories, notably deformity and monstrosity. So they didn't use the word disability, they used the word deformity, or very importantly, monstrosity. Monstrosity. So we understand the witch in this construction, the witch existed at the intersection of theology, law, and physicality. That's where the witch is constructed. There is the body, there is a theology that goes along with it, and there is also a law from the state. It's a confluence of all of these that constructs the witch's body. That is why we talk about the textuality of the witch's body. The witch who is a deformed, demonic other. In many early modern publications on witchcraft trials, the witch is often, as I mentioned earlier, is often presented as a disheveled woman, evil hag, wrinkled skin person with a long nose and a cat as a pet. We saw that earlier. So the body, in many ways, became a visible register of the invisible. What was the invisible? That is the secret that I was talking about earlier. The body becomes a visible register for the invisible something. In the religious parlance, it becomes sin. In other areas, it becomes, in a psychological terminology, we could use the word trauma. Something that is invisible, that is registered on the witch's body, a visible body of the witch. And that is how she becomes an objectification of her secret. And the physical difference of the witch from the so-called normal people, it's interpreted, he called himself a witch finder, somebody who finds the witches. And he called himself the witch finder general. He was the top guy, among witch finders. And he wrote this book, The Discovery of Witches. In all of these, we will see all of these works talk about one specific thing, the mark of the witch. The mark of the witch. In Malleus Maleficarum, we read, there is a mark upon the witch's body whereby she may be known and distinguished. So the witch's body becomes a visible proof. King James writes, there will be spots on the witch's body which are insensitive. You touch those spots, you don't feel. If you have such spots, you could be a witch. Matthew Hopkins also says he's the one who started the bodily inspection. If you've read Bernard Shaw's Joan of Arc, or even if you've seen the movie, you will see how there is a bodily inspection that goes on to see whether she is a witch. So the body has to be inspected. There is intervention, there is intrusion into the body. And that was started by Matthew Hopkins, bodily inspection, where the deformity was treated as empirical proof. It was not a superstition. It is empirical proof. If there is a deformity, it is a proof that you are a witch. So the witch's body becomes a legal testimony in itself. You don't need anything outside the witch's body. You just have to look for these marks. You don't need any more testimony from outside. No more witnesses are needed. It's the body is read as a confession in itself. So body is a text, body is a testimony, body is a confession. So the witch's body is not any body. The witch's body is many things. The next slide, we see how there were witchcraft pamphlets. Well, there were many witch hunts in Europe happening during those times in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries. And these are some of the names that you find in the English witchcraft pamphlets. Pamphlets were released based on the witch trials, explaining what happened really in these witch trials, how it was done, and what was discovered. Many such pamphlets are available. And in all of those pamphlets, these are some of the most prominent witches who were punished witch trials: Elizabeth Clark, John Flower, Elizabeth Device. In all of these cases, you will see they constantly refer to a deformity. So if there is a deformity, that's a witch. So this is a relationship. This is a concocted, constructed relationship. Now, who does this? Who decides to ask? But anyway, in those times, it was as simple as this. Elizabeth Clark is depicted as a one-legged elderly widow. Now, you will have noticed, it's always the women. It's always the women. During Salem witch hunts, 78% of the people who were either convicted or brought to trial, they were women. They were women. So you will see there again there is a gender, power being circulated there. And so these are all women, and the age is not also helping them. If you're old, slightly on the other side, on the elderly side, then chances are you're rich. So you can't grow old. A woman can't grow old without risking being a witch. You don't have to do anything. You just have to grow old. Can you stop the aging process? So who decides this? That's why I said these texts, Malleus Maleficarum, discovery of witches, this demonology, the discovery of witchcrafts, these texts were constructing a corpus by which people were being excluded, people were being othered. John Flower, she was partially disabled and full of wrath. I don't know, how can that make you a witch? There are working women in this group after a bad full day's work. I don't talk about men here. We have the leisure of being ourselves. At the end of a long day and a long journey back home, you reach home at 6:30, and then there is a chores household. And that's when you have your children asking for attention. And it gets too much. That's when you can't control your temper. You become a witch. You just have to go home after a day's work. A woman. You don't even have to grow old. You just have to have a full day, hands full of work. Recently, Navi was telling me, Draupadi Murmu, Madam was here, and that was crazy. That week was crazy. I can imagine that. St.Thomas Palai, full of witches. It's good that we have the bishops out here. If you don't know this, Achan might know this. If you don't know this, every diocese in the Catholic Church, every diocese has an official exorcist. You don't know this. And the official exorcist is the bishop. And then the bishop can delegate. I don't know if there are delegated exorcists in this part of the world, but I know that person there is surely de facto, de jure or de facto, whichever, an exorcist. We are just sitting away from the topic. Anyway, now this is how it functions. You don't have to do anything. That's what I'm trying to say. A woman need not do anything. She just has to remain, and then it's a natural progression into being a witch. Elizabeth Device, an odious witch again. Okay, can we get the next slide? Yeah, these are some of the pictures. On the left, we have Elizabeth Clark, John Flower. On the right, you see that's Elizabeth Clark sitting there. My INS names are, can you read it? In is the familiar spirit, like the cat or whatever. And again, not even read them. My familiars are in a room, two men and a woman, and all the families are also there. Okay, so that's a very notorious scene. Yeah, you will see how she's deformed there. Can you see the cat there? What are those animals there? Those are all familiars. You will have them. I don't know if you have had this experience. നിങ്ങൾ എവിടെയെങ്കിലും പോകുന്ന സമയത്ത് generally നിങ്ങളുടെ പുറകെ എന്തെങ്കിലും പൂച്ചയോ നായ്ക്കൾ ഓടിച്ചിടുന്നപ്പോൾ കേരളത്തിൽ സാധാരണ that is not qualified. That is not a qualification. That's a disqualification perhaps. പക്ഷെ പൂച്ച I don't know, എൻ്റെ കൂടെ കുറച്ച് നാൾ ഒരു കാക്ക വരിക. And I'm wearing black also. I have a preference of black. So everything works together. So yes, I could be a wizard. And I'm talking about this. But you know what, real witches and wizards, they don't talk about this. So that's working against this. Okay, can we just move this slide? Yeah, okay. So this woman, Elizabeth Device, she became a witch because her not what is special about her look? One eye is lower, something like a squint. Adamadi. You can go to Chaitanya Eye Hospital or Arvind Eye Hospital or Little Flower Hospital in Angamali and do a correction. But in those times, that was enough for you to become a witch. Very squint. The other thing is the regular image that you have. Sadhana chudina, it's a pink. That's beginning nanakku. Anyway, next slide. I won't. This is before I don't know if the video will work. Before I play the video, there's a disclaimer. This is slightly disturbing. This video. This is taken from the movie The Witch. Have you seen the movie? Anne Hathaway's The Witch. It's based on a novel. It's a very controversial movie because of the way in which witches were portrayed, with deformed hands, with extra limbs, elongated fingers, and all of that. I will play this video only if you say yes. Should I play this? Yeah, some diversion is good, but it's going to be disturbing. Let's see if the spirits will permit us to play the video. Is it? Just go to the link and press. It's not working. Then come out of the PPT, go to the folder and play it. I know the spirits will not permit. Last year, I went to another college with, again, witchcraft topic. And the moment I started, the current went off. They started the generator that blew out. I had to say this. Okay, let's play this. Take it off. YouTube at your own risk. I was asking Akhilam and we came together. I was asking her, should I play it? Did I ask you this? No, I slightly disturbing it. But I was trying to make a point here. I hope you understand. That's how the witch's body is imagined. It's deformed. And if it's deformed, it's a witch. Can we have the next slide? Now let's look at what these. Ivarariam, our generation grew up with this is everybody knows Kutusana Dagli. ഞാൻ സ്കൂളിൽ പഠിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഇത് വായിച്ചപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ സത്യത്തിൽ ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ചു ഭാര്യ ഭർത്താവാണ് വിചാരിച്ചു. പക്ഷെ റീസെന്റ് ആണെന്നും മനസ്സിലായതല്ല. അപ്പൊ ഞാൻ പിന്നെ പെട്ടെന്ന് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പിന്നെ മറ്റേ ബൈനറി ആണല്ലോ, ബ്രദറും സിസ്റ്ററും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കസിൻസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഫ്രണ്ട്സ്. അപ്പോഴാണ് ആരോ പറഞ്ഞ അല്ല ലിവിൻ. ഏതായിരുന്നാലും ഒരു കാര്യം ഉറപ്പാണ്, വേദദോഷം കേൾപ്പിച്ചിട്ടില്ല ഇതുവരെ. Nobody has any problems with അവരെ ജീവിച്ചോട്ടെ. ഓക്കെ, നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിൽ എന്തെല്ലാം ബഹളങ്ങളാണല്ലേ. ഈ ആണും പെണ്ണും ഒരുമിച്ച് ബീച്ചിൽ പോയാൽ അവിടെ ആൾക്കാർ വരും, ബഹളം ഉണ്ടാകും. പക്ഷെ ഇതിനെതിരെ ഒരു ബഹളം ഉണ്ടായിട്ട് ഞാൻ സത്യം പറഞ്ഞ് വിചാരിച്ചു ഹസ്ബൻഡും വൈഫും ഇവരുടെ മകനാണ് ലുട്ടാപ്പി എന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചു. അങ്ങനെയല്ല അവർക്ക്. ഓക്കെ, റൈറ്റ്. Jokes apart, let's move on. So what are the features? Next slide. Devil's marks അല്ലെങ്കിൽ witches marks എന്ന് പറയുന്ന കാര്യം, ഇത്രയും കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. It's taken from these books, Malleus Maleficarum, the discovery of witches, confirmation and discovery of witches, and demonology. ഈ 4 ബുക്കിൽ നിന്നാണ് ഈ ഫീച്ചേഴ്സ്. ബോഡിയിലുള്ള മാർക്ക്, ടെക്സ്റ്റ്, a mole, a skin tag. If you have a mole or a skin tag, I have a tag here, I have a tag here, I have enough qualifications. I have moles all over my body. Okay, but I need to qualify on it. There were people called prickers in those times. They travel with the needle, and whenever they find a witch being tried, and if a mole is found or a skin tag is found, they will try and prick. If it bleeds, it's not a witch. It's not. If it doesn't bleed, it's a witch. So if you have moles or skin tags, you could go home and try. Polydactyly is another feature. If you have an extra finger or a toe. By the way, I need to say something. You watched the clip and you saw body parts were missing. That was not, according to these texts, missing body parts was not generally considered qualification. It had to be additional body parts. Generally, I'm saying there were specific cases where missing body parts were taken into account, but generally, it had to be more than required. Okay, so if you have a birthmark or a skin discoloration, freckles, if you have freckles and spots. The fourth one is witch's teeth, which is actually to nurse the familiar spirits, imps, if you have, then your torso and your chest would be examined. These body inspectors would do that, not just frisking. They will examine you all through. Witch's chin, hanging one. Witch's nose. Numb skin patches, where painlessness, marked this insensitivity towards God. And the last one is you have red hair. It's a witch. So, if these things were found, there were no more witnesses needed, whether you were practicing a secret art or not. You're taken to be a witch because your body is a confession. Your body is a text. The body is a testimony. And that's enough. What if you're born with it? You're born a witch, that's all. It's as simple as that. You're a born witch, a born singer on the part. Could be born a witch. Next one. So I was trying to say this witch's body is a socio-cultural construct which reinforces social exclusion. And the most vulnerable people are the elderly, the people with deformities. But the issue here is not whether you are the real issue. That's what I'm trying to say. The real issue is not whether there is a deformity or there is a mark or anything. The real issue is there is a tension that the body marks. What we need to be looking at is that tension. That's the secret that I mentioned in the beginning. That's causing this phantom. Now, what is that tension? That needs to be addressed. So, any unusual bodily feature would call for a supernatural explanation. And this is interesting. People always found what they were looking for. So, the body was inscribed with meaning by the authority, and the body was read. The body was not seen, the body was read. And here, the physical marks became convincing because you already believed that it's a witch, and just you're looking for the marks. And you're going to find the marks because you want to find them. So any mark is going to help. It can be brought under this bracket, brought into this bracket. So here the body uses a language. And so I would say deformity is semiotic. Semiotic, you know that word semiotic? Used with science. Body is semiotic. It's a text, it's a semiotic text. So the witch's body is not as I said earlier, it's not perhaps biological, it's discursive. The witch's body is discursive. And that's where all these textual elements intersect. And therefore, in the witch's body, meaning precedes materiality. As I said earlier, if you're born with these marks, even before you grow, you become a witch. You become a baby witch. Interestingly, the youngest witch that lived in Salem during witch hunts she was just 4 years old. Now, how can you be 4 years old and be a witch? This is how it is. Meaning precedes materiality. The meaning is given, and that material is confirmed. So this is, I would call this epistemic violence. Later we'll see that epistemic violence, that's a term that I borrowed from Spivak. We'll come to that. So the witch was imagined before she was prosecuted. You have to imagine the witch. It may not be a witch, you have to imagine, and then prosecute the witch. Therefore, we say the witch's body is shaped by fear rather than by facts. So that's the end of the first section. The link between deformity and the witch's body, where the witch's body becomes a text, it becomes a semiotic area, it's a construct, it's a testimony, it's a legal code, it is it's discursive. It's discursive. That's the only way in which you will be able to see the witch's body. My second proposition is where I'm trying to bring in this identification. What is it that helps you to identify the witch with disability or the disabled person? That identification. Why does that happen? That's what we would want to call epistemic identification. There is a knowledge constructed, a knowledge system created, which works the same way for disability and the witches. And this knowledge construction, this knowledge system, this episteme is drawn from disability studies, and everything that we say about disability applies to the witch also. So there is a one-to-one correspondence. Disability, as defined by the World Health Organization, is a complex, multidimensional phenomenon reflecting the interaction between the features of the person's body and the features of the society in which they live. This is important. It's not a medical condition. It's heavily influenced by the environment, attitude, and policies that surround the individuals. And there are barriers that will stop a total integration of the individual into the society. And these barriers are common points which link the witch with disability. One barrier is othering. You constantly other the disabled person. Could be because of fear, simply because he or she is different. For നമ്മളും അവരും, that distinction, that's a barrier, very difficult to cross. This othering happens for the witches also, the other in the society. And then there is a stereotyping. We simply assume that the disabled people, they don't have a good life. It's an assumption that we make. Why? Because with no disabilities, we don't think we have a good life. We're constantly trying to have a good life. How many people here in this hall can tell me life's good? You don't want anything more. Don't raise your hands, but be honest. It's not possible. We're always constantly. If they've been a happy new year, wish you ഇപ്പോഴേ ഹാപ്പിയാണ്, ഇനി ഇതിനും ഹാപ്പിനെസ് എന്താ വരാമോ? It's a cesspool. This happiness. It's a cesspool. Cesspool എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അറിയാലോ, അഴുക്കിച്ചാല, സന്തോഷത്തിന്റെ അഴുക്കിച്ചാല, അതിലിങ്ങനെ ഒഴുകണം. More happiness. That's a symptom of a sick society. The society is sick. Therefore, we want more happiness. അപ്പം our assumption is നമുക്ക് സന്തോഷമില്ല, പിന്നെ എങ്ങനെയാ അവർക്കുണ്ടാവുക? How can they be happy? So poor quality, we assume they have poor quality, and we also think they are unhealthy. They are unhealthy. The same for witches. Witches are unhealthy in many ways, we assume, and their life is not good because they deal with the demons and devils and all the evils. How can you have a good life? My God, sometimes you must agree they have the best life. Sometimes. Yeah, you're shaking your head. So this is another area where you can find this identity. Stigma. You know, constantly there is this effort to cure the disability. ഇതിനെന്തോ സൗഖ്യം വേണ്ടതാ. I am sorry, Achan is here, but I have to say this. I don't know about Palai, but in Ernakulam, ഒരു പ്രത്യേക സമയമാകുമ്പോൾ we have this healing, crusades, and we have that here in Palai. You're not familiar with it. Yeah. It's disturbing. There are hidden disabilities. I'm going to categorize them. Hidden disabilities. I stand here before you, but you don't see my disability, do you? No. No. There are hidden disabilities. And I cannot bear it when somebody tells me I need to be healed. Because I live with it. This is the stigma that we associate with disability. It needs to be cured. Even though മോശമാണ്, മാറ്റണം. മാറ്റേണ്ട ഒന്നേ ഉള്ളൂ, attitude. Change that attitude, and then you will see nothing needs to be changed. Nothing needs to be changed. Change that attitude. So, something needs to be cured. Idane witches name patti avare nannakkum. You see a witch somewhere, I forget witches. St. Thomas has got uniform, but Navya was telling me Wednesday is a day that you look forward to every week. It's full attendance on Wednesday. Okay? Because you can you can just be yourself. Wear whatever you want. I don't know if it's like that here. there is this tendency to, especially Panduti proper. That's a different discourse, I know. But this tendency that we have to regulate things, which is not. It's been many months since I stepped into the Garden of Eden after Adam and Eve sinned, and they are hiding. And God asks Adam, "Where are you?" God doesn't know. God doesn't know. Adam, where are you? Why that question? There are things that he doesn't know. We can't imagine that God. So God is on the side of the ableists. Ableism. You're familiar with the word? Ableism. Ableism. He's an ableist. He's with ableism. That's what we think. That's your God. That's not the real God. Anyway, so this is the stigma, the desire to heal everything. Even if healing is not required, we're going to heal it. We're going to change it. And now the next one is called paternalism. With the disabled people, we have this paternalism because we think, they can't do things well. And so if they end up doing something that is very normal, we end up celebrating it as if, wow, it's wonderful. Why? Just because the person is disabled. That person has a worth and he can do it or she can do it. But just because she is disabled and she or he does something that is very normal, we can do it unthinkingly, involuntarily. The same thing was done involuntarily by the disabled person, and suddenly now you have to celebrate it. Or sort of an attitude is that. That is called this you are paternalizing it, some kind of infantilism perhaps. Their worth is not accepted, they are objectified. In a word, inspiration porn, pornography, inspiration porn. What is inspiration? Motivators motivated. I don't want this kind of motivation. It's giving me anxiety. And we put a part on anxiety. You heard that song? It's a good song. That's a song with which I relate. Anxiety. But then these people they just motivate you. Nothing wrong in that. But then he says, I don't need it. So there's something called inspiration porn, where even the slightest normal thing or the ordinary thing that a disabled person does is considered as something that a superhero does, and that person is objectified, just like in porn, and it's celebrated. Wow, you did it, yeah. So what's wrong with it? We are unable to see the person as normal. That is our problem. And that is why this kind of celebration. There is this tendency to bring, this is another kind of objectification. And then inspire, we will bring the disabled people. And then to inspire you. Cesspool. That attitude. Witchery is something. They are also objectified in many ways. They are not permitted to remain normal. So that's the second part that is over. So the first part we looked at the body of the witch as a text. Second part we looked at this commonalities between the witches and disability. And now the final part, I'll finish in 20 minutes. Next slide. We are looking at an epistemological framework where we create a link between witchcraft and sickness. In early modern societies, it was a seamless link, sickness and witchcraft. Witchcraft was embedded in a web of psychological, intellectual, and cultural assumptions about agency, causation, and misfortune. Misfortune is a term. Why did this happen to me? Remember the friend of Nora Cross that I mentioned earlier, who had a child with Down syndrome, and she knew the genetics, but in spite of her knowledge of the genetics and the reasons, she ended up asking, why me? Why me? I know the science, but why this to me? Misfortune, why me? Malus Maleficarum, The Discovery of Witches, all of these books talk about this direct link between sickness, how witches can cause sickness. And in The Discovery of Witches, Matthew Hopkins says, witches have confessed that they have caused sickness. Either the witch is deluded or she's misleading the people. If a witch causes a sickness, I believe the witch has convinced herself that he or she has caused this sickness. She's deluding. It's self-delusion. How does that happen? Because of texts like this that tell you, you can do this. You can do this. You see, there's a way in which behavior or patterns of behavior can be inflicted on you without saying anything to you. ഒരു വീഡിയോ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ? I don't know. I think ഇൻസ്റ്റയിലൊക്കെ വന്നിട്ടുള്ളത് കുറച്ച് കുട്ടികൾ ഇങ്ങനെ നിന്നിട്ട് പുറകിൽ ഒരാൾ നിൽക്കും, പെട്ടെന്ന് ഈ കുട്ടികളെല്ലാം അയാൾ വല്ലാണ്ട് ആവും. സീൻ ദാറ്റ് വീഡിയോ? സച്ച് വീഡിയോസ് വൈറലായിട്ട് കുറെ കാണും. പെട്ടെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ എല്ലാവരും കൂടെ നോക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് യു ആർ കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് ഈ കൈ ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ എന്ത് ചെയ്യും? അത്രയും മതി. So you can control people. I am okay with you looking at me. You think so? I'm not okay really. I would rather prefer to sit somewhere there. But I had to do this. That's why I'm holding under the position of the stance. I'm not okay with this, but I am able to convince you, because sir said, you are convinced. He's convinced. I come across as a very confident person, a very good, very confident in interaction. That's not true. I'm able to convince you. And before that, I need to convince myself. This is what a witch does. Because things have to be done. But another behavior, if you want to change the behavior or you do something to somebody, just ask that somebody to come and sit here and everybody look at that person. Don't say anything, just look. The look can change the behavior. That is basic. That is basic. And so for the witch to do such things, either the witch has to delude, go into self-delusion and think, yeah, I did it. ഈ ബഷീറിന്റെ ഒരു കൃതിയുണ്ട്, എട്ടുകാലി മമ്മൂഞ്ഞൻ. എല്ലാവരും വായിച്ചിട്ടില്ല, കുറച്ചു പേർക്ക് പരിചയം. എട്ടുകാലി മമ്മൂഞ്ഞൻ പറയാമെന്ന് അറിയത്തില്ല, പക്ഷെ നാട്ടിലെവിടെ ഒരു ഗർഭമുണ്ടായി എന്നറിഞ്ഞാലും ഉടനെ മമ്മൂഞ്ഞ് പറയും ഞാനാ, ഇറ്റ്സ് മീ, ഞാനായിട്ട്. Which is also function like this. There is no way to prove. So this is how it does. It functions. So how can you verify this? Because it is accepted because it functions in an epistemological framework. The way in which knowledge is constructed with these witchcraft treatises, which permits the witch to believe that it is possible. So these are, next slide. Yeah, these are some of the texts where you can find this relationship. I want to read I want you to read Thomas's words there. That's taken from Religion and the Decline of Magic. That was a text written in the 70s, I believe. He's a historian who works in this area. So he talks about the germ theory there. You see that? The germ theory. Outline. The germ theory. So at a time when nobody knew about germs, microbes, bacteria, virus, fungus, amoeba, all of these, it was very difficult to explain some of the sicknesses and deaths even. പണ്ടുകാലത്ത് പെട്ടെന്ന് ആരെങ്കിലും കാട്ടിക്കൊടുക്കുമ്പോൾ സമയത്ത് എന്തെങ്കിലും പറ്റി മരിച്ചു പോയാൽ മാടനടിച്ചെന്ന് പറയും. മാടനടിച്ചു എന്തെങ്കിലും മാടനടിച്ചാൽ ഒരു ഹാർട്ട് അറ്റാക്ക് വന്നതായിരിക്കും. മാടനടിക്കും, ഒടിയൻ, all these figures were there. This was what was happening. How to give a scientific explanation. So before the germ theory, before this scientific explanation came, witchcraft was linked with this. So magic proved intelligible explanation for misfortune in an age without germ theory. But later on, this was explained. Akshay, go to that category that I was talking about earlier. Even when things are explained, people would really want to hold on to that why question. That's where I started. So we may imagine we just have to explain things and then we'll be fine. No. That lady with the child who had Down syndrome, everything was explained to her. The genetics was explained and she knew it and she could take a class on genetics. But she had this question, why? So just because we explain things scientifically, കേരളത്തിലെ ഒടിയന്മാരും മാടന്മാരും അപ്രത്യക്ഷമായത് ഇടുക്കി ഡാം വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോഴാണ്. ഇടുക്കി ഡാം വന്നപ്പോൾ എന്താ സംഭവിച്ചത്? കറണ്ട് വന്നപ്പം നാട്ടിലെല്ലാം വെട്ടം വന്നപ്പോൾ ഇവർക്ക് പിന്നെ എത്താൻ പറ്റും. സോ ഇറ്റ്സ് ഫിനിഷ്ഡ്. പക്ഷെ ഇപ്പോഴും പത്രത്തിൽ ഒന്നിടവിട്ടുള്ള ദിവസങ്ങളിൽ വിച്ച് ക്രാഫ്റ്റിനെ പറ്റി വാർത്തകളിൽ എലന്തൂര്, മലയാളപ്പയിൽ, ഇവിടെ this belt. Why? What's wrong? Wasn't this explained? Where is medical science standing now? Everything's explained. Everybody knows. But still, this why lingers. That is what we call the objectification of some stress, some trauma that has to be discovered. So my proposition when I began, I said that it's that secret. And that's why constantly this relation with witchcraft. Next slide. This is where I'm talking about the epistemic violence that causes, this witchery. What is epistemic violence? The violence done by a dominant episteme. Epistemology is the study of knowledge. Episteme is knowledge systems. How knowledge, when we talk about knowledge. And so when a dominant episteme rules over the epistemes of the marginalized, the epistemic systems of the marginalized, that is called epistemic violence. This is a phrase from Gayatri Chakrabarty's Vivek. So there is an epistemic violence happening here also. The dominant episteme developed through the frameworks that we get from witchcraft treatises like Malleus Maleficarum and the others which were promoted by the church being done. And therefore, things like Salem happened. Next slide. Salem. In 1692, two girls, have you read Arthur Miller's Crucible? You have read that? Everybody's read that? Yeah, this is the historical background which contributed to Arthur Miller's Crucible. Of course, he was talking about McCarthyism, how communists were considered as wizards and witches. Anyway, so in 1692 in Salem, Massachusetts, two girls started developing, showing strange behavior, convulsions, illness, contortions, fits. And all of these were illnesses, conditions, which were referred to in these witchcraft treatises mentioned earlier. And the treatise said it's witchcraft that causes this. And therefore, in Salem, Betty, there was this priest, his name is Paris, John Paris, is it? And his daughter Betty, 9 years old, she starts showing these symptoms. And then his niece, Abigail Williams, she's just 11. She also starts showing these symptoms. And then one by one, different girls. They started showing these symptoms, and then using these texts, Confirmation and the Discovery of Witchcraft and Matthew Hopkins' Discovery of Witches, these were the texts which were primarily used to discover, identify the witches. And interestingly, when Betty and Abigail Williams, they were going through these contortions, convulsions, and fits, they would point at people, they would name people, saying those were the ones causing this to us. They are the ones causing this. Though they would be named. It's the only way to get out of this trap of being punished, of being put in prison, of being killed in this witch hunt, was to confess that you're a witch. So, if you confess you're a witch, then you're safe. But if you don't confess you're a witch, you're not safe. That's another trap. മോഷ്ടിച്ചു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ കുറ്റമില്ല, മോഷ്ടിച്ചില്ലെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ കുറ്റമാണ്. മോഷ്ടിച്ചില്ലെങ്കിലോ ശരിക്കും മോഷ്ടിച്ചു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞോളൂ, വിച്ചല്ലെങ്കിലോ ആണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞോളൂ. ഏതാ വലുത്? റെപ്യൂട്ടേഷൻ ആണോ ജീവനാണോ വലുത്? Reputation or no? Did somebody say reputation? Gina? So most of the witches who said, yeah, we did it, we caused it, we did that to girls, and the girls were, in all sorts of. It was a performance. It was a performance in courts, in the trial courts. These girls would come, and they would go into convulsions, and they would play. They would have all sorts of performance there. And the moment these accused people come, they say, yeah, she's doing this to me now. She's scratching me. She's pinching me. She is standing there. How can she do that? She's sending her familiars, the familiar spirits, and she's doing that to me. This was called the spectral evidence. Spectral evidence. Spectral evidence is a prove the e-marshal, but itching on the sorry, Navi asked me what happened, sir. He's causing itching. How would that be? You would say, he's sitting there, how can he cause itching? No, he's doing that with his familiar spirit. I can see his familiar spirit. And it's a rabbit. You like rabbits? Yeah, he likes rabbits. See? This is how it functions. And so this is called spectral evidence, and the judges would listen to this and they would say, all right, so put him in. He's not a wizard. Wizard is the male of witch. He's not a wizard. But now the only way for him to get out of that prison is to accept that he caused this to me. Then either he will start believing himself that he is a wizard. And this is how construction happens. This is very simple. This is as simple as this. So this is called spectral evidence. At the end of it all, in 1 year, 200 people, there were accusations against 200 people in a village of 500. And I think it's 500. And out of that, 50 were imprisoned. And out of that, 20 were hanged. 30 were executed. Bridget Bishop was the first woman to be executed. And while she was being executed, she was being hanged, she said, if I'm a witch, you are wizards. That's my own Mokipan. Yogesevs, she was executed. After the first execution, one of the judges, he resigned. He ended party. Why? Because spectral evidence is perceived. It was only later when Cotton Mather, a priest, his father increased Mather, he said spectral evidence should not be taken for this. But the chief judge's wife was accused to be a witch. One of the girls said, "Yalla bhari നിങ്ങളുടെ കോടതിയിലെ ജഡ്ജിന്റെ ഭാര്യയാണ് അത് ചെയ്തത് എന്ന് പറയാം. അപ്പൊ സ്പെക്ട്രൽ എവിഡൻസ് എടുത്താൽ ഭാര്യ അകത്തുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നു. ഇയാൾക്ക് ഒരു വീട്ടിൽ കയറാൻ പറ്റില്ല. So this is how it was stopped. He said nothing doing now, but that's enough. We've had enough performance, we've had enough show. The problem here is socialists say, once you accuse somebody and that somebody is hanged, it's a game, it's a good game. You start getting interested in it, it starts entertaining you. One of the girls, her name is Anne Putnam. She ended up identifying 50 witches. I am witch. This is the witch. She's doing this to me. She identified 50. Can you believe this? One of the afflicted children, Mary Warren, she at the end of it all, she recanted, saying it was just a game. It was just a game. By the end of it, 20 people were already killed, 50 were in prison. Nice game. It's a good game. Something that Clifford Geertz would perhaps call deep play. So one of my propositions is, this Salem witch hunt. It's a good example for deep play. Deep play. Next slide. These are some of next slide, please. These are some of the explanations given. Freudians would say it was just mass hysteria. There were no witches, there was nothing wrong there, it was just mass hysteria. Marxists would say it was just class conflicts for property. There were two families, Putnam family and the other family, I forget the name. There were two parts to this place called Salem. One was Salem town, the other was Salem village. Salem village were farmers, Salem town was merchants. There was a conflict between these two people. The secret of this witch hunt, of this witchery, is this stress in the society. Sociologists have their explanation. Feminists, hatred for women. Ecological historians, they would say, it's got, this ergotism now. Rye bread, it's called rye bread, and this bread can have this fungus. A bit. And if you eat that bread, what happens is it can cause hallucination. And so some people say it was just ergotism, not witches. Some others say it was political. That was another stress that society was going through. Wars were being waged at that time, and the society was in distress. There was no uncertainty, and refugees were coming. India, refugees were we want to stop them. Refugees were coming, and they were, too much to bear because there were little resources, and the farming had failed. It would be God's curse. So there were a lot of stress factors, and more than adding to all of that was Puritanism, where there was no recreation, no entertainment, nothing. So such a village, which was going through so many stressful matters, so much trauma, so much trouble, it's only but natural that they would look for some vent and some entertainment. And some girls decided they're going to have it. This is the explanation that we may have to go out and Kritya Sameta video, people were sleeping. So.
In 1692, the quiet town of Salem exploded with fear. Young girls screamed, twisted, and accused neighbors of witchcraft. Soon, trials began. People were jailed. Some were executed. But what really caused it? One theory points to poison. Rye bread, a common food, could grow a fungus called ergot. Ergot can cause pain, shaking, and strange visions. Some believe this poison made people act wildly. Another theory is paranoia. Salem was full of stress. There were wars, disease, land fights, and strict religious rules. Fear spread fast. Accusations became weapons. Logic disappeared. Modern historians lean toward mass hysteria, not poison. The symptoms changed too much, and fear explained the behavior better than food. In the end, no witches were found. Only innocent lives were destroyed. Salem reminds us how fear can be more dangerous than any poison when reason is lost. For more hidden chapters of history, visit...
That's it. Thank you. So that's a video that explains all of these. So the question is, now we have all the explanations. There is one more explanation, which is a medical explanation, which was given by Laurie Carlson in the book Fever in Salem, where she says it's actually a disease called encephalitis lethargica, which causes hallucination and convulsions. So all these explanations are there. So we would imagine once these things are explained, we are good, we are clean. No, not yet. Not yet. Explanations don't do anything. It just supplies the how. We still remain with the why. For that, we will have to go to the next slide. What we see here is, this is a good book, Nejira, The Scapegoat. In that there is a chapter called Magic and Scapegoat, Magic and Religion. This is taken from that chapter. You need a scapegoat for things. You need somebody to blame. And so the scapegoat is always the victim, the marginalized. And so the witch is somebody onto whom we can put 10 times. So the witch is somebody onto whom you can project all this, and the witch becomes a scapegoat. And in that he says, the last point there is an imagination that works here. It transforms the victim to monsters. That is how a very devout Christian lady, I forget her name, in Salem, she was accused to be a witch. She was a very devout Christian. But once you decide through your imagination, this person has to go, this person is a witch, then it's very easy to make a monster out of that person. What is the monster? It's a fragmented perception. It's a fragmentation of a perception. And there are these stresses that I referred to earlier, which causes this fragmentation, the distress in the society. The last slide. Next slide. This is Nora Gross, and I spoke about her earlier, so I'm just skipping that. The last slide. At the end of it, so what? So what? There are a few things that I want us to reflect on. Do we ask about the power of witchery or the witchery of power? It's perhaps wrong to ask about the power of witchery or to ask, does this work? The right question is to ask about the witchery of power, how power works. And that's what this is all about. And Michel Foucault tells us this very clearly in his work on power and knowledge, how power creates certain knowledge systems, and it's a network. And when you fall into that, there are regimes of truth within which you function. And the poor witch has fallen into that regime of truth. What we need to do is to address with disability and witchcraft, what we need to do is not to address the disease, but the dis-ease of the society. There are given three things there: the uncertainties, the distresses, and the conflicts. Even today, we have witchcraft cases coming up every week, almost every week in Kerala. You get at least 2 in a month in the newspapers. Why do we still have this if it's all explained? Well, root is a secret distress. We need to figure out what that distress is. Thank you. Stop on time. Are we going to actually? Should I stay here? Okay. No, I can stand. No problem. You can ask all the questions you want, but don't expect answers. We will just think about the answers together.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Emma. I'm currently doing my second year in PG here. So you talked about the effects of looks on people, how you can affect a person's temperament by body language. So when you did this study, did you find any more relation between the science of psychology and witchcraft? Can you explain to us? Is there any connection between how we affect other people through, or how psychology or the power of mind affects another person's stance?
Yeah, thank you, Emma. This is not my original study. I just took a lot of things from here and there, and I was just trying to put these things together. But the questions that I raised, they are mine. The thing about the look, I was not talking about it. That was just an illustration. But since you raised the point, and since you're interested in the looking part, there is an idea called the evil eye in witchcraft and black magic. The evil eye. That is a phenomenon that we have all over the world. All over the world. Well, if you want to talk about the psychology in psychoanalysis, Lacan would call it the gaze. In power relations, Foucault would also use the word gaze. In post-colonial relations, Homi Bhabha would talk about the counter gaze. These are all disturbing gazes. Lacan, when he was traveling, he was on a boat, and he says there was a tin that was reflecting, the sunlight, and this glare was getting into his eye, and it was disturbing. So the gaze of the tin was disturbing. Do you see eyes there? No. So the point is, for a look, you don't even need eyes. So the second point that so if there are no eyes, if an object like a tin could cause this kind of discomfort, this kind of gaze, well then we don't need psychology there, because the tin does not have psyche. So there is no study of the psyche, so there is no psychology there. It's pure positioning. The psychology perhaps will work only for Lacan there. So that's one aspect. The second aspect is, will the gaze affect people? Of course it will affect. Of course it will affect people. Anybody knows this. But can I change something ontologically with my look? Perhaps not. Epistemologically with my looks? Yes. The way in which I construct that thing through certain knowledge systems can be changed with my looks, perspectives, with my gaze. So that is possible. And the counter gaze of the colonial subject is always disturbing for the colonizing master. ഇനി എമ്മ ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് ഇപ്പോൾ ഇറങ്ങി കോളേജിൽ നിന്ന് ഇറങ്ങി പുറത്തേക്ക് പോകാന്നിരിക്കാം. ഉച്ച നേരമാണ്, എല്ലാവരും ഇവിടെ ഇങ്ങനെ ഇതിന്റെ ജിയോഗ്രഫി ഒന്നും എനിക്ക് അറിയത്തില്ല. അപ്പം ഒരു സെൻട്രൽ കോർട്ട്യാർഡ് വല്ലതും ഉണ്ടോ എവരിബഡി ക്യാൻ ലുക്ക് അങ്ങനെ? സോ എവരിബഡി ഈസ് ദെയർ ഇൻ ദ കോറിഡോർസ് ലുക്കിംഗ്, ഗ്രൗണ്ടിലേക്ക് നോക്കുന്നത്. എമ്മ തന്നെ അത് ഗ്രൗണ്ട് ക്രോസ് ചെയ്ത് ഗേറ്റ് 1, ഇവിടെ നിറച്ച് ഗേറ്റുകളാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഏത് ഗേറ്റ് തൊട്ട് ഏത് ഗേറ്റ് വരെ ഏറ്റവും ദൂരമുള്ളത് യു ഹാവ് ടു വാക്ക്. ബട്ട് യു ഹാവ് so many people looking at you from all the corridors. The whole of the college is looking at you. Will that affect you or not?
Of course.
Why should it affect you?
I kind of feel insecure.
Why should you feel insecure?
Because everyone.
Because you're already insecure.
Okay.
Because you're already insecure. You've decided it's going to affect you. So that's why I said epistemologically it affects you. You change. ഒരു ഹൊറർ സിനിമ കാണുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഇത്രയും തീരുമാനിച്ചാൽ മതി, സിനിമയാണ് അത്രയും വിചാരിച്ചാൽ മതി. ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ അതിന്റെ മ്യൂസിക് ഒന്ന് ഓഫ് ചെയ്താൽ മതി, പിന്നെ അത് കോമഡി. യു ക്യാൻ ഈസിലി ട്രാൻസ്ഫോം എ ഹൊറർ മൂവി ടു എ കോമഡി മൂവി. ജസ്റ്റ് സ്വിച്ച് ഓഫ് ദി മ്യൂസിക്, ദി ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട്, എവറിത്തിങ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. യു ജസ്റ്റ് ഹാവ് ടു ചേഞ്ച് ദി എപ്പിസ്റ്റമിക് വയലൻസ് ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് ബീങ് ഡൺ ടു യു, Emma, and you define.
Thank you, sir.
I haven't, but you do realize I have not answered your question. This is how we negotiate.
So when we're talking about...
That's Dr. Aluva Narayanan. She works with me at UC College.
Just a thought that came to my mind. When you were talking about how disability often transforms a woman into a witch, I was thinking about the other side to it. And the image that the person that came to my mind was the figure of Tiresias, who was blind, but then who was granted this gift of prophecy. So is there that sort of an opposition where it's when the disability is in a woman, she might be portrayed as a witch, whereas when it comes to a man, it becomes a sign of power or some kind of a gift. I was also thinking about Achilles, who also is sort of celebrated as a hero. So this just a thought that came.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. As I mentioned, it's always a game against the women. Perhaps within that discourse, we also have this effort to regulate, control, and show them their place. So that's true. But it's an interesting point of view where for men, on the part of the men, sometimes it is celebrated. I've heard this Byron, the great poet. He had a limb, and so when he walked, he would be unsteady, and people thought that was fashion. So all the men in Europe, in England, they walk that way. So with men, Byron doesn't become a wizard; he becomes a hero. Yeah, so and whom everybody wants to emulate. Yeah, so that's possible. Yeah. I love dad jokes, not bad jokes, dad jokes. In Malayalam we call it chali. I end all my lectures with chalis. This is not ending, but I want to ask this question. What do you think is witch's favorite food? Sandwich. But if that is good, one more. If a witch is a good tennis player, what would you call it or her? Djokovic.